redeem yourself. Or if you prefer, avenge yourself. Become my soul reaver, my angel of death. Ladies and gentlemen, you have no idea how difficult it's been to not just talk to absolutely everyone about this. I was contacted by the team that remastered Soul Reaver a couple of weeks ago, and they were like, "Hey Josh, we heard that you like Soul Reaver." I'm like, "You heard correctly, my friends. What can I do for you?" And they were like, "Hey, we're remastering the Soul Reaver games the same way that we remastered the Tomb Raider games." And I was thinking, okay, cool, excellent. Two of the best games potentially ever made, and you're going to give them the same treatment that you gave Tomb Raider, which I think was one of the best ways to do a remaster. That can't go wrong at all. And it hasn't. It genuinely hasn't. It's probably one of the best remasters I've ever played through. So they contacted me and they said, "Hey Josh, we saw your Soul Reaver video a couple of years ago. I reviewed Soul Reaver 1, one of my absolute all-time favorite games, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. And they said, hey, we've remastered it. Could you do us a favor? We don't want you to review the game, seeing as we haven't really changed the game, but could you play through the beta version of the Soul Reaver remaster and let us know what's working and what is not working?" I said yes. In my 6.5-hour playthrough, I found one minor graphical bug. That was it. And my God, I was trying to break it, don't you? I was trying. One minor graphical bug. And I messaged them and said, hey, I found this. And they responded, oh, yeah, we actually found that too. It's been fixed now. So then they said, hey, so a Q&A tester. Kind of, yeah. I'll go with a bit of QA. But here's what we're going to do now. First of all, do you like the background that I've added to the stream? Are we feeling the vibe? I realized that a couple of days ago when we were doing that whole kind of classic stream thing, I kind of liked it. Like, I unironically kind of liked it. So I've got Soul Reaver. Just so you know, it's not actually running on Windows 98. It's completely fabricated to look like that. The game is running perfectly the way it should actually be running. And the Twitch chat that I've got you guys in as the window, that is just something that I've added. I think looks cool. I just think it looks fun. We've got more stuff to add. Microsoft Binbos 98. That's what we've got. I will try. I just like the fact that it looks classic. It reminisces of those good times, doesn't it? Now, we actually might have a special guest as well. I can't guarantee, but I believe, and I'm hyping up here, so this may or may not happen, but I really do hope it does happen. We may have Raina, the director of the remasters, joining us halfway through the stream, either on the stream just saying hi, or jumping onto Discord for a live chat. If Raina is able to find time for that, fantastic. If they're not able to find time for that, they have said that they would give me some time for potentially an updated YouTube video. Can't guarantee that, but if we do, fantastic. Lindsay, welcome to the stream. Welcome to 12 Raiders. Everyone come in. We're about to play one of my favorite video games of all time. When I was playing this, okay, I'll be real with you. I don't normally get like super excited or super hyped for games. I just don't anymore. I'm jaded. I'm old. I'm middle-aged. The fire's gone out. The spark has died. I see something amazing and I just kind of think, meh. This was probably one of the few times in the last couple of years that I started a game. The opening cutscene happened, and involuntarily I just went, holy shit. So there's something you need to know about the opening cutscene of this game. The opening cutscene is iconic. All the lines, all the movement, all the direction, absolutely iconic. However, they have obviously improved the graphics. So how do you improve the opening cutscene? Well, you don't really. But they needed to give it the updated graphics. So what they did was they went back and instead of just upscaling the original cutscene, they recreated it shot for shot, camera movement for camera movement, using their updated models and their updated lighting engine to create exactly the original in their graphics, which are not that dissimilar but they are HD. So when we say remaster, we do not mean remake. This has been led by obsessed fans in the best way. And it shows. Is it AI or just touched up stuff? Oh, no. It's fully remade. It's that they redid the textures, they redid the models, they've not changed the mechanics, they've not changed anything else. But you know what is really cool about this, we're about to see in a second? They have included some cut content. If you've played the original Soul Reaver, you might be thinking, oh, we never got the sound glyph, we never got the sound Reaver, never got the light Reaver, never got to see Kain's Sanctum. They found them. They found the game files. They're not big, but they've found them, and you can play through them. You can run around in them. You can see what the environments would look like. You can read the original script. They've even found, and I will show you in a second, this is so cool, they have found actual footage of the original voice actors doing the original lines, filmed inside the studio. When I was talking to the guys about this sponsored stream, I said to them, you need to give me there's one golden rule. I will not lie, and I will not shill your game for you unless it's good. You give me a good product, I'll be hyped about it because I want to play it. You give me a crap product, I'm not being your salesman. And they just said, okay, we're confident with what we've got. Here's the game. Do what you're going to do. And my God, the first half hour of me playing this, I wasn't even playing the game. I'll show you what we start with. We start with stuff like this. Let's see. We've got everything we need. But what if we didn't go straight to the game? What about the bonus content? What about this is how you do a remaster?
The making of Soul Reaver.
Soul Reaver. I feel an obligation to work out since I'm Soul Reaver. So when the time comes I really meet everybody, I'll be able to wear tight black outfits. And they won't feel so terribly disappointed to see that it's the 60-year-old cocker doing this voice. I had to go out and buy a PlayStation. They sent me Soul Reaver. Right. So I went out to buy PlayStation.
Allow me to add in a filter so it's louder for you.
I picked it up in the house and then I started it. Because I never played it, a game like this before. I played a game, period, other than, Knick Knack or that little Pac-Man or something. Right. And it's extraordinary. The opening's really extraordinary with the wings and the ripping and the throwing down of the abyss. And right. Now I'm getting into the labyrinth. 2 hours later, I still am nowhere. He keeps falling off the rock, and I can't work it to get him on the...
They have included actual lost media in this remake. Actual full-on lost media of the original creation of this game.
Ah, my wayward child returns.
Having unearthed more than you'd like, I suspect. What am I to make of these ruins that litter the land, and these images here in this chamber?
Merely the deceits of a failed civilization. You are being misled, Raziel. This ancient race hoped to manipulate the future with these scrawled misdirections. You must tread carefully. There are dark forces at work in this world, bent on subverting your true destiny.
Now, maybe you aren't one for watching the videos that come out with this. This is out now, by the way. You can pick this up, and I would absolutely suggest that you do. Maybe just watching the outtakes, because that to me, as an actor, that to me is incredible. Watching the original content creation, the original acting, the performances of both of those incredibly talented voice actors, that's fantastic. But you know what I also like? I like playing through lost media. Does anyone else watch all of those YouTube videos of lost media, lost video games, stuff that was mentioned once or twice within some kind of interview many, many years ago? Oh yeah, well, what about just playing through them? What about, oh yeah, Soul Reaver 1 was meant to have the smokestack, wasn't it? Well, we never found it. Oh, hang on. Yes, they did. They found it. They put it in the game. Oh yeah, you can change the graphics on the fly, by the way. And now if you want to, you can run around and see what the environments were like from finding it. I'm not going to spoil most of them for you, but you've got quite a few rooms and locations which never appeared in the original, that were just hinted at the longest time. And we can see how they used to be. There are quite a few of these. The Lost. Did they add a map? Yes. Not a mini-map. A world map. Should we play through Soul Reaver 1? I think we should play through Soul Reaver 1. This is one of my favourite games of all time, and you're about to understand why. Has anyone in the chat not played through... Oh, by the way, maybe you want to read the script. Kain is deified. The clans tell tales of him. Few know the truth. He was mortal once, as were we all. However, his contempt for humanity drove him to create me and my brethren. Oh yeah, we're about to play through. You've got them. The laws of Nosgoth, the chronicles, the music player, the galleries, everything is here. This is a beautiful way to do a remaster. Take everything that people love about the original and give them more. If you haven't played Soul Reaver 1, join me as we play it together now. You played it from a magazine demo, oh hell yeah. We'll give people 5 more minutes to work to get here. I wish this remaster will be profitable. I hope it makes money. I hope this remaster makes money so then they realize that the Soul Reaver franchise has got more depth to it. It's got far more possibility than anyone thought it would have had. Oh, by the way, if you buy the Soul Reaver remaster, you get both Soul Reaver 1 and 2. Both games are included on the remaster. I have not played through the second remaster yet. I've never actually finished the second game, and I'm genuinely excited to play that. Does it come out on Steam? It's out now. It's out right now. Where is my Soul Reaver cup? It'll be there eventually. It will be there eventually. But we've got this. We've got it already. You only played Legacy of Kain, the first one that was top-down. Is it? It's 10% off on Steam. Is it 10% off on Steam right now? I mean, that's pretty cool if it is. I didn't know if it is. 10% off for the next 9 minutes. Excellent. If you don't get it in the next 9 minutes, that's fine. We can play through. Now, someone messaged me and said, look, it's not the world's cheapest remake. I think right now it's 25 euros for both of them. As I'm getting older, and my God, it's happening quickly, I realized something. I don't see a game telling me that it has hundreds of hours of content as a positive anymore. Not all the time. Sometimes someone will come up to me and go, oh, you got to play this game. It's 200 hours long. I've not always got 200 hours to spare in my own free time. If I'm going to play a game on stream, I don't mind a game that's got hundreds of hours of content. But if I want a more curated experience, sometimes I do appreciate when a game gets in, does its thing, and leaves within 8 to 9 hours. I'm okay with that. I played through Soul Reaver a couple of days ago to check it all works. It does. It's brilliant. Took me, I think it was 6 hours. I want to see if I can finish the entire game on stream today. But when I finished it, I stepped back, and you know what I thought? I thought, Soul Reaver, here's an example. Soul Reaver 1 does not have a crafting system because it doesn't need it. It is a very focused experience. It is not a combat game with puzzles. It is a puzzle game that has combat occasionally within it. People get that wrong about Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver isn't an action fighter game. It's a puzzle game. It's an exploration, puzzle, narrative-driven revenge story. Mr. Greggles, good evening to you. I love a Shakespearean-level revenge story. This is a supernatural, vampiric revenge story with platforming puzzles, block puzzles, time puzzles, puzzles from different realms where you shift from reality to spectral. It doesn't need a crafting system. It doesn't need a level up system. It doesn't need all those superfluous bells and whistles. It needs the core concept to be absolutely nailed. It does it, it gets in, it gets out, it leaves, and it doesn't overstay its welcome. That's what I appreciate. It does not overstay its welcome. Gets in, does it, gets out. Does anyone else in the chat is anyone else getting really bored of games that you're not finishing? Did anyone buy, for example, Assassin's Creed Valhalla and actually finish it? It needs less clunky controls. Oh, do you mean like using the right analog stick to control the camera? Because they've got that now. Oh yeah, right analog stick, control the camera. It's there. We give it 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. People get here, and then we finish Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1. I like short, focused experiences in games. It's why one of my favorite games is Portal. In fact, I'll tell you a random story. I have a couple of, maybe about a year ago now, I ended up being a guest lecturer at a Canadian university, doing a Discord call into one of their games design classes. The professor that worked at the university contacted me and said, "Hey Josh, I've watched all your videos. We're actually talking about the design of a tutorial. Would you be able to give a talk to the class about the pacing and the construction of a good tutorial?" Soul Reaver, the first one, is the game that I use in an academic setting to explain the pacing of a tutorial and stacking mechanics, preparing the player for the rest of the game within about 20 minutes. This, honestly, the first 20 minutes of this game, mechanically, is a masterclass. I didn't even realize how good it was until I sat back to analyze why I don't mind replaying the opening. Have any of you got games that you love replaying the first level of? And then when you sit back and you actually look and you're like, oh my God, that first level does it with a pacing, my God. But in all seriousness, I've explained game tutorials using Soul Reaver. Let me explain. I mean, I'll show you in the game in a second, but in general, Spartan Total Warrior was a badass game. Didn't do well, but it was a good game. Now, the way that a tutorial should work is this. Introduce the player to Mechanic A. Allow them to perform Mechanic A within a safe zone. Mechanic A can be as simple as moving around. Then introduce Mechanic B. Allow them to use Mechanic B within a safe way. Then present them with a puzzle that requires use of Mechanic A and B at the same time to solve. It can be as simple as A is moving, B is jumping. You then need to move and jump. That's all you need to do. That's A, B, stacking A and B. Then introduce Mechanic C. Mechanic C can be simple on its own and not difficult. Then place them in a position where they need to use C and A. Then after that, C and B. Then after that, there's maybe a situation where you need to use A, B, and C. Then introduce Mechanic D. Have D need B. Have D need C. Have D need A. Then a situation with A, B, C, D. That's all you need to do to create a good tutorial. That's it. Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver does that with all of its mechanics in 20 minutes. Dark Souls does it with its mechanic in 20 minutes. Portal does it with its mechanic in 20 minutes. Look at any historically lauded game. You will often find that the first 20 to 30 minutes is a curated experience that tells you everything you need to know. Look at Doom. Look at, what do you guys think of? Portal is a 2-hour tutorial with then the game answer. Cuphead. Oh, Cuphead gives you everything, unless you're a game journalist. Game journalist difficulty on Cuphead is way, way too hard. You want to watch, but you want to stay spoiler-free. I'm sorry, but this entire stream is going to be a massive spoiler. We are going to start. I am not going to skip any of the cutscenes, and I will explain the plot for anyone who isn't fully caught up with it. Basically, we are not Kain. We are Raziel, one of Kain's vampiric lieutenants within the land of Nosgoth. Now, you might remember a couple of years ago that Raziel voice for the entire stream, I cannot do the Raziel voice justice. I can try, but there's no way. You can't even touch these guys as far as voice acting is concerned. This is perfect voice acting in the game. To put it this way, when the voice actors were got in for this original project, apparently they weren't big video game fans themselves. They just thought they were coming in, doing a silly game, and then leaving. When they read the script, they sat down and collectively all went, this is theatre. This is straight up theatre. This is classical. This is revenge. This is betrayal. This is action, adventure, emotional. This is philosophical. This is moral. And they brought the
Tumbling, burning with white-hot fire, I plunged into the depths of the abyss. Unspeakable pain, relentless agony. Time ceased to exist. Only this torture and a deepening hatred of the hypocrisy that damned me to this hell. An eternity passed, and my torment receded, bringing me back from the precipice of madness. The descent had destroyed me, and yet I lived.
I know you, Raziel. You are worthy.
What madness is this? What pitiful form is this that I have come to inhabit? Death would be a release next to this travesty.
You did not survive the abyss, Raziel. I have only spared you from total dissolution.
I would choose oblivion over this existence.
The choice is not yours.
I am destroyed.
You are reborn. The birth of one of Kain's abominations traps the essence of life. It is this soul that animates the corpse you lived in. And that, Raziel, is the demise of Nosgoth. There is no balance. The souls of the dead remain trapped. I cannot spin them in the wheel of fate. They cannot complete their destinies. Redeem yourself. Or if you prefer, avenge yourself. Settle your dispute with Kain. Destroy him and your brethren. Free their souls and let the wheel of fate churn again. Use your hatred to reave their souls. I can make it possible. Become my soul reaver, my angel of death.
I'm ready. I'm so ready. I love this game so much. Now, first of all, a couple of changes from the original. Right analog stick, camera controls. Camera now moves independently. However, if you run forward and move left and right, the camera naturally swings with you to make sure that you are always roughly where you need to be. Press R3 on the right analog stick. Old graphics. Remember those Tomb Raider remasters where you could switch, hot switch, because effectively all they're doing is retexturing everything? Well, that's here. The most important thing for a remaster, I believe, is to add what enhances without removing what keeps the soul. I like the new graphics. Old graphics are still decent. There's only a couple of new things I've added with this as well. I'll share them in a second. Now, we will be... First of all, you can save anywhere as well, by the way. I've played for 6.5 hours on my first playthrough. We'll save in the third one. Super fast saving. You'll notice the compass in the top left as well. This is one of the only other things they've added to the game. World map. Not a mini-map. You don't know where you are in relation to anything else, but you now know the symbols of all of the places. So when you're standing there at the warp gate trying to remember what the hell the symbols were, you can just find the symbol on the map and work out roughly where you need to be going. If you're going east, if you're going west, if you're going north, if you're going south. Can you fast travel? You can fast travel using the gates in a second. I will be playing on the new advanced graphics because I like them a lot. I think they are excellent. I will be turning the in-game sound down very slightly just so it isn't completely deafening, but whenever acting is happening, I will shut up because it's important. Has anyone not played Soul Reaver before? Is this anyone's first time going through Soul Reaver? Like, genuinely. You can't believe remasters are still this popular. Let me explain why they're so popular. Try and play Soul Reaver on a modern system today. It's difficult. Maybe you've got a PlayStation 1 and you're lucky enough to have the CD. Excellent. A CRT would help. Maybe you've got the original PC game, but you need to patch it a couple of times. Maybe you need to run it in compatibility mode 4. Maybe you need to download a couple of things for it. The most important thing that a remaster brings to the gaming landscape is it gives new gamers the ability to download a game and play it. That sounds dumb. But how many of you have tried to get a video game working and just not been able to? How many of you have given up because it was too annoying to keep trying? How many of you have found patch after patch after patch, you've port forwarded, you've ran in compatibility mode 4, you've changed it, you've ran as administrator? I know people that have downloaded so many games and they say, hey yeah, after like 2 hours I can't get it to work, so I just gave up. Remasters work, and that is one of the most important things about them. Now, this room back here, there's only one exit from it. If you forget what you are meant to be doing, stand on this green square, and it will tell you what you're meant to do. Right now, the only thing you can do is go down this path. It gives dead franchises a chance to live again, and it gives new players a chance to experience the games that we all think are fantastic for a specific reason.
These gates twist space, laying a path across great spans.
These are our fast travel system. Activate them. Remember the symbol. When you've activated multiple gates, you can travel from one gate to another. Right now, we only have this gate open. So the first room gives you fast travel. I love being able to move the camera separately. That makes me much, much happier.
You are weak. You must feed.
The old hunger has left me. I have no desire for blood.
You are changed. Your bloodthirst is replaced by a deeper need. You have become a devourer of souls. To sustain your strength, you must hunt the lost spirits of the underworld and consume the souls of your enemies.
Currently, we're in the spirit realm. You can tell because everything's slightly tinged green, and our health bar at the bottom right is a spiral that is all crooked and jaggedy. Hold B and you pull your scarf away from your face and suck any local souls in to heal. Killing enemies in the underworld gives you their souls. That's your health. X is jump, or A in this case. I'm using an Xbox controller. Hold L1 to duck, or R1, and then jump to jump higher. So we've already had moving, eating, jumping, and then crouch, jump to jump higher. Nice, simple platforming.
Your wings, though ruined, are not without purpose. Take hold of them as you leap, and they will carry you across this chasm.
So we can't fly, but we can jump and grab the flaps of skin that are our wings to glide. We can't fly, but we can glide. Best we've got.
What scabrous wretches are these?
Stua, the scavengers of the underworld. Their feral hunger has claimed countless souls, spirits who now shall never find their rest.
Now, notice how we have to fight the enemies down there. But look where it's put us. Up on a ledge. So what's the first thing most players are going to do to get down there? They're going to jump and glide, which is the mechanic that we have just been introduced to. While facing an enemy, you can hold right button to lock onto it. While locking on, A will dodge, unless you dodge toward it, which counts as an attack. Square is an attack. If you're able to hit multiple attacks, you chain into a combo. It is not a complicated combat system. When you hurt the enemy enough, they go into spirit form, and you can then eat them. If you don't eat them quick enough, they effectively regain their corporeal form and attack you again. Notice how, to get into this pit, we were encouraged to jump and glide, and to get out, we now need to jump up again, reinforcing the mechanic we learned in the earlier room of jump. High jump. Give us a mechanic, let us use it safely, introduce a new mechanic, have us use it again. Stacking everything on top of itself. I love that. They have used the original voices, the original files. You can even press R3 to go back to the original graphics if you want to as well. What they have brought is a load of stability. Now what was interesting is that entire section we were underwater for.
These portals are your conduit between the spectral and material realms. With their aid, you may gather matter and will yourself to become manifest in the physical world. This is taxing, however. Your strength must first be fully restored. You require no conduit to return to this plane. You may abandon your physical body at any time.
One of my favourite mechanics in all of gaming, and one of the most important areas for us to be in right now physically as far as design goes. Notice how our health in the bottom right is full. While in the spirit realm, we will constantly regain health, and if you die in the spirit realm, you just respawn in the Elder God room from the very start. Using these conduits, we go to the physical realm.
Sustain your strength to prolong your manifestation in the physical world. If you fail to feed or absorb too many wounds, this fragile matter will dissolve.
Physical world, we're on a time limit, but notice where we are right now. Not on the world map specifically, which is one of my favourite new additions to this game, but within this kind of destroyed pillars. To the north, there is a gate that we cannot get through. Even if we run at it, we just jump, so we can't get through this gate. There is what looks like an interesting textured wall over here that we can't do anything with right now. And the underground has closed over. See that thing just there? If we switch back to the spectral realm, we'll see it all changes to this horrible green stuff again. That down there is where we came from. Switch to physical, closes off. Both realms have different routes available within them.
You are young yet, Raziel. You still retain many of your vampiric weaknesses. Immersion in water, while not fatal, will dissolve your physical body, forcing your return to the spirit world. Be aware that in the spectral realm, water has neither heft nor lift. It stands as thin as air.
So right now we cannot encounter water in the physical, or it will return us to the spectral, which we can't swim in. Notice how it doesn't just give you a bit of water and say, walk round it. It demands that you jump over it, reinforcing the fact this is a platforming game. And now we can open a door. This is one of the other major changes to the remaster. When you can interact with something, there is a small red symbol on the screen. They have added that because there are 2 moments in the game where you need to interact with something and you wouldn't know that you need to do that. This symbol is simply, hey, you can interact with stuff here. I like that. You can only open doors in the physical realm. In the spirit, nothing moves.
What are these creatures?
Do you not recognize them? They are the children of your brother, Dumah.
That's impossible. These foul, scuttling beasts could not be kin of our high blood?
Do you suppose that time stood still for you, Raziel? Much has changed since you passed from the world of men.
So we need to fight these vampires, but notice how it's put us in front of a massive bit of water. If we fall in there in the physical realm, we'll return to the spirit realm. And notice how we can see a bit of an artifact down there through a grill. We'll come back to that later. Once again, encouraging gliding.
I knew my opponent's weaknesses, having suffered them myself. Physical wounds are fleeting. A vampire's immortal flesh begins to close as soon as it is cleaved. Vampires need only fear those wounds that impale or inflame. Water scorches like acid, and fledglings are devastated by sunlight's touch. I would have to modify my tactics to suit my foes.
Now this is an important thing to understand. All combat in Soul Reaver is a puzzle. You do not win by just hitting your opponent enough. You win by hitting them until they are stunned, and then picking them up and putting them where they don't want to be, such as directly in sunlight.
Unfettered from the flesh, a creature's soul fades swiftly into the spectral realm. Draw it in quickly, Raziel, or you will be compelled to follow.
Then we want to jump up and grab that soul to refill our own health while in this realm, and you'll see that it then dies. Now here's a cool thing. The physical bodies of any enemy don't actually die until you eat their souls. So if we just throw them onto that spike up there, eat the soul, body goes away. And now the puzzle of combat is solved, we are free to work out what the hell to do. We don't want to fall into the water, and this is why I like this so much. We need to move that block to get out. But do you push it onto a button and open a door? No. You need to push it over there and use it to climb up onto that ledge.
Your physical prowess surpasses what you knew in life. Even massive obstacles can be moved effortlessly.
The sun does not hurt Raziel, no. Water does, and fire does if we find any. They have sped up the block moving animation very slightly as well. You can either stick your claws into a block and move it like this, or you can just push it and then step forward. If you're good at timing it, pushing it is very slightly faster. We jump up and out. This is what I love about the game. It introduced water. Then it puts water in front of you and encourages you to jump and glide. Introduces combat. Introduces blocks. Blocks combine into jumping and climbing. The pacing of this opening is awesome. I use this when I talk about pacing tutorials. Oh, and see that torch on the side just there? You can take that if you want to.
My God! The sanctuary of the clans reduced to ruin. Beyond these walls lay the pillars of Nosgoth, the seat of Kain's empire. How humble it now appeared, collapsing into the dust of its former magnificence. And yet, I had only just emerged. In the instant between my execution and resurrection, centuries had apparently passed.
This world is wrecked with cataclysms. The earth strains to shrug off the pestilence of Kain's parasitic empire. The fate of this world was preordained in an instant by a solitary man. Unwilling to martyr himself to restore Nosgoth's balance, Kain condemned the world to the decay you see. In that moment, the unraveling began. Now it is nearly played out. Nosgoth teeters on the brink of collapse. Its fragile balance cannot hold.
Now, notice how we have this torch on us. Well, we can use it to fight. And then, set stuff on fire with it. And then eat their soul. Now, we've got a flaming torch that's no longer needed, so we can just lock onto something and throw the torch at it if we want to. Now here's one of my absolute favourite moments in the game. Spears are the majority of the weapons you'll find. Fighting with a spear is awesome, because once the enemy is stunned, you don't need to pick them up. You just impale them. Now here's a cool touch. Remember how vampires are immortal? You need to eat its soul now. Because if we don't eat its soul and we just get the spear back, it gets back up. I love that. I really, really like that. You can throw spears too, by the way. Then eat it, then grab the spear. We need to get into the Sanctuary of the Clans to talk to Kain. Unfortunately, door's shut.
The doors of the sanctuary were immovable, either barred from the inside or rusted shut. I would need to find another means of entry.
The only other means of entry into the Citadel is this strange gate over here. There's even an artifact behind it, but we can't get through there yet. So we're going to explore somewhere else. Now, there is a basic stealth system in the game as well. If you find an enemy and they don't see you, and you're able to aim a spear throw just right, it will impale them instantly, without the need to fight. Then you can grab their soul and get your spear back. Here's the design I love. Little bridge above you. And remember how we had the first warp gate to find? Well, here's a second. Warp gate rooms are always marked with this circle. Some of you might be asking why there's so many weird kind of S-shaped corridors like this. These are hiding loading screens. The whole world is one massive connected world. There are no loading screens between places apart from doors and the S-shaped corridors, but there is no loading screens. That symbol over there is the symbol of the Lake of the Dead. There is only one exit from this room, which means if we need to come back here, we've got this. And if you forget where you are in relation to everything else, there's now a world map. Now what you'll be able to see, actually, is you can see where you are highlighted because of the gentle green thing, and you can see your objective in the top left. It doesn't tell you exactly where to go, it just says objective, visit the Lake of the Dead. Doesn't give you any spoilers, doesn't say why, just says, hey, go there, the story will advance. This is not a long game. It is a densely packed game, and I like that. There's no arrows, there's no UI overlay that's super intrusive, there's health, there's a compass, that's it. I love the design of this game. And we'll keep fighting and absorbing souls.
This, at least, had remained constant. The endlessly swirling vortex of the abyss, my tomb, and the womb of my rebirth. Though much of Nosgoth's landscape had changed, these cliffs gave me my bearings. My clan territory was to the west. I was anxious to see how my descendants had fared during the centuries of my absence.
Now remember, you can press R3 on the controller to switch graphics between modern and classic. And this was one of the areas that I was concerned would have lost that vibe, but all they've done is add a really soft skybox and slightly increased the draw distance. So, if you have a look over there, you can see that once we change it, you can see the outline of the Citadel gates up there. And we will get to that point at some point. There were moments when I was playing this when, in the best possible way, I couldn't tell the difference between remastered and original because they'd kept the vibe so spot on. Are the controls better? Right analog stick does the camera. L1 brings up the menu with the map. Apart from that, the camera naturally follows wherever you turn to, and the camera is smooth as anything. So yeah, I really like this. A lot. Right, we're going west, and thankfully we have a little mini-map, a little compass now, so we can go west to our own clan territory. The reason you can't go the other ways is because you need to go through the water, and we can't do that yet. Has anyone played Castlevania or Metroid? You know that phrase, Metroidvania, of go to place A, collect a skill, return to the place from earlier, use that skill to access a new location? That's literally what this game is. When I compare it to Dark Souls and Castlevania and Metroid, it is a kind of distillation of that idea. Am I being a nerd? Am I sponsored? I am sponsored for this stream, but I agreed to do it because I absolutely goddamn love Soul Reaver. I think it is one of the best video games ever made. And I was super invested in them doing this well. So, sponsored nerd, put it that way. I've been offered sponsorships to play many games. Very rarely take them. Soul Reaver I'm excited about. I love the music. So if ever I'm just quiet and not talking during this... In fact, you know what? Let's push through Raziel's clan territory together for the next minute or two, and you can experience what I'm experiencing.
desolation. My once proud kin wiped from this world like excrement from a boot. I knew the hand that wrought this deed.
Oh, we are so killing Kain. The whole game is just massive revenge fantasy. There's no crafting systems, there's nothing superfluous, there's no love interest. Raziel wants to kill Kain. That's it. Simple as. Nothing. Did I do the voice acting? I did not. I would be honored if one day in the future I was able to voice act in anything related to Soul Reaver. I'm not sure if I'd be good enough for it, and I don't say that often. Sometimes games are improved not by what you add, but by what you remove, and you can remove as much as possible from this game. They have distilled it down to its base, and I like that. The Murden says the music is exceedingly simple, not saying it's not okay, but you have a lot of nostalgia for it. The music is not complicated. What it is complementary to the vibe it's going for. It sounds and feels exactly like it should feel. I like that. Revenge is good motivation. Get in the water. And give me your soul. Down its soul! Stolen by the steps. There we go. Now we can't go down here yet, because the water currently would kill us, but remember this location. It will be a shortcut later. We're still pushing through Raziel's clan territory, and remember, if we wanted to, we could play on classic graphics. But I think the work they've put in for the new does deserve it. Oh, yeah, you know what? This is payback music, isn't it? This is the kind of music you know that a revenge story is happening with this. Sometimes I don't need shades of grey villains. Sometimes I want a good guy and a bad guy. I want an antagonist and a protagonist. I like how if they aren't fully injured when you attack, you miss. And you can tell how injured they are by how bloody they are. Now some people are going to say Kain's the good guy. Is he though? Is he though? Raziel's the good guy because we're playing as Raziel. Oh, you cheeky little ambush going on there. I think this was the first game I played as a kid where I realized that games could be art. This is a weird switch, but remember this switch. It will matter later. Currently, we can do nothing with it. We can, however, use this switch. Ooh, the first big sight line. Is it just me, but whenever you get to a room like this, you're just naturally... You want to glide to the alcoves. You're pulled to glide to the alcoves. I don't know what's down there, but I just know that being up is clearly better. But this is a very important thing about this game, alright? This spear is just not as cool as this spear. This is just a cooler spear. All spears are mechanically identical. However, it's very important that you carry the spear that looks the coolest. One of you said wrong. Not wrong.
No! Please!
I didn't recognize these flayed racks of flesh. Their scent was vampiric, but they gnawed upon their victim's carcass like dogs.
Now, one thing's really cool as well is as we fight through our brothers, we find their brood. And all of their broods have the strength of the main brother. Currently, I believe we're in Melchiah's clan area. Now, Melchiah doesn't really specifically have any great power. He has a kind of graveyard temple, if you will. His power is about phasing through things, which is why if you watch his weaker vampire brood, they can bury into the ground and pop up and attack you, which means their entire thing is overcoming physical barriers. Hidden mechanic. That right there is a human vampire hunter. He will not attack you. Who, when you played this game for the first time, attacked that guy. There is a hidden faction system that doesn't come into play much, but it will matter later if we're going for one of the super secret areas and super secret spells. If you leave the humans alone, they worship you. And you can find the human citadel hidden in the game later, and they don't attack you.
This charnel house bore the unmistakable marks of Melchiah's clan. To what depths had our dynasty plummeted if these ghouls were the descendants of my high-born brother? Were they so debased as to recruit fledglings from the desiccated corpses here interred?
Now, when I was a kid, one thing I knew is the least cool staff is Melchiah's almost Egyptian-style graveyard one. But we'll take it. Ah. A block puzzle. But where do we need to get to? Ah, just over there. Nice and simple. Nothing too complicated. Will I play part 2, Soul Reaver 2? Absolutely. Nice simple climb.
My brother Melchiah was made last, and therefore received the poorest portion of Kain's gift. Although immortal, his soul could not sustain the flesh, which retained much of its previous human frailty. This weakness, it seemed, was passed on to his offspring. Their fragile skins barely contained the underlying decay.
Notice how we saw that thing buried just then. Oh, there's new haptic feedback, by the way, as well. The controller I'm using vibrates when the enemies are about to pop up out the ground. Also, if we ever lose a lot of physical health later, you will see a line of kind of green energy pulse down Raziel's body to warn you that you're on low health. Every time that line pulses, the controller vibrates. So there is vibration feedback. We can tell that Melchiah never skipped neck day. We don't know much about him, but that guy was in the gym every day for neck day. Now this is the updated graphics, by the way. Classic graphics, they're still there as well. Updated graphics, pretty much bang on. Let's pop over and say hi to Melchiah. Now, if you just lure these guys into the sun, because they're not very smart. Just run into the sun and burn and die. Oh, geniuses. Absolute geniuses. That's all they are. Let's grab both of these, and in we pop. Once again, we have a twisty tunnel to hide a loading screen, and we have a gate. He's immune to uppercuts. You know what? You're actually really spot on. You have no idea how we're going to kill him. Unless you played the game before where you know exactly how we're going to kill him. Save any way you want. I love that fact. Very much like it. Now, this is where the game starts to emulate Legend of Zelda slightly. There is a block just there. We need to push that block to get either up there or up there. Now up there, that's way too high. So let's use this to go over here. Oh, not quite high enough. Okay, we'll come back here when we have another block somehow. Huge amounts of water. Do not fall into it. Remember? While in the physical realm, water will burn you and return you to the spirit realm. So a bit of precision jumping. Knock that guy into the lake. Let's grab his soul. And pop in and visit our brother Melchiah. Like I said, if you know where you're going, this is not a long game. There is a secret here, but we need an advanced item to be able to exploit it and explore it. See these crossed sword symbols here? Remember them. They'll matter. Some of you might not even know the secrets I'm going to show you. I'm hoping you don't. Hoping some of you are like, oh, I never knew that. If there's a long corridor, you gotta jump and glide. You gotta. Are there difficulty settings? Nope. Elden Ring before Elden Ring was Elden Ring. Now this room has one of the only other changes within the remaster. It has a hint that's about to pop up that wasn't in the original that I very much appreciate, because this is where I got stuck in the original. Shift to the spectral realm to reveal hidden paths. Remember that there's the whole spectral physical realm thing and we just haven't died yet, so we've been in the physical realm the entire time. There is nowhere to go in this room in the physical. But if we shift back to the spectral, which we can do at any time, those blocks on the wall...
Beware, Raziel. These wraiths are vampire spirits, fettered too long in the spectral realm. When their vampire natures adapt to this plane, they become eaters of souls. Do not allow these spirits to re-inhabit their corpses.
Remember, you can't do anything physical while in the spectral realm, so any spears we were holding just become kind of held in the stasis of time. We still can't go through these grates. They are still a problem to us. But I love the dreamlike nature of the strange shape of everything with this. Now, you can fight the wraiths. It's not always advisable to, but you can fight them and then eat them. The dreamlike nature of the changes allow us to hop up, and then we can switch back to physical. The reason we would do this is because over here we have a block. We've moved blocks before, there's only one way we can go, which allows us to grab it from behind, push it this way. This introduces a new block mechanic. Duck, and instead of jumping, try and push the block. And you'll lift it up. So notice, as far as tutorialization and pacing goes, we have just introduced a new mechanic in a safe, simple, easy way that you can't really get wrong. You just have to do that. Block into the wall, opens the gate. Now what we need to do is get over there. You'll see there are two platforms on either side, just here. Well, we can leap up here, and then jump and glide to a platform. Problem is, because we have weight, we lower one side down, one side up. Ah, right, that's a problem. So we now need to get back. But we can't get back because there is a closed gate in the way. However, look, there's a hole in the wall over there, just like the one we pushed the block into. And there's a block... Where's there a block? There's one in the wall. There you are, you cheeky little block. Right, guess we're pushing it this way. Through the pit. But of course now blocks combine with combat. That spear is in an enemy, which means when I take it, enemy gets back up. Love the mechanic. Super annoying. Damn it. There really is no substitute for just constantly dodging toward an enemy. If you get hit, you get interrupted. So try not to get hit too much while you're doing anything. You'll notice as well that because we're in the physical realm still, our health slowly and constantly going down. Will I unlock the spells? Several of them, yes. Not all of them, but several of them. Let's bring this block over. Oh my god, sit down! Would be easier if Raziel could just push a massive block onto the enemies. Now, when I talk about stacking mechanics, notice how we were just introduced to the concept of flipping blocks up. And now we're given a block to solve a puzzle, which we immediately need to flip up steps. This is pacing. And it is phenomenally good in this game. I would say Soul Reaver is probably paced better than almost any other game I've played. And now we're going to have to use the block flipping, pushing the block in to open a gate. Then we need to get back up to the top, which means we need to switch back to the Spectral Realm, because we know that gives us some steps. But I want to keep this spear. So what if I just throw it up there? Then switch. Then go and grab it back. There you are. Notice how, though, we cannot switch until we're on full health. So just feed for a bit until we get some random spirits to come to us. And if we don't get any of the larger green spirits, you will just regain your health slowly by doing this anyway. So you can just kind of wait for a bit. If you shift into the Spectral Realm in that room before taking the spear, a Reaper will be there. Oh, cool! Come on, spirit. Get into my face. There we go. Back to physical. So what was all that for? Well, it was actually to get back to here. Because now, we can jump back up to here. We can see the ledge that we've raised up. But if I jump into this now in physical, we'll just fall down again. So switch back to Spectral. We have no weight and can use this as a platform to cross. It's a puzzle game, man. That's all this is. It's a puzzle game with combat. It's a platforming puzzler with combat. There are, however, no spirits around here, so I'm just going to wait. And while I'm waiting, we can chat. How's everyone doing today? Is this the same game I made a video of on YouTube? Yes, it is. So, I reviewed Soul Reaver 1 3 years ago, replayed the entire game, reminded myself how goddamn good it was. And that's why I was contacted by the team who were working on the remaster. They basically said, hey, we know that you've reviewed the original recently. Could you please play the remaster and tell us if it works or not? Now, allow me again to talk about the brilliance of the setting of this puzzle. You have no idea how you're meant to solve this. This is the first time some of you have experienced this. Look at what's on the screen now and tell me what you think you need to do. We have an indent with a symbol carved into the stone, and we have 2 blocks, one of them with the indent on it. The line's got to match. Very simple. But notice how this symbol is facing us, and this symbol is facing us, which means if the player stands here, they have to see both symbols together, which means your mind automatically makes the connection of put A into B. But you'll also see that the blocks are on top of each other. There's 2. So we have to move them over here to a ledge, and then use the ledge to push one off. We have, however, now learned that blocks can be stacked. That's right. It goes in the square hole. But how do we deal with this block being over there? Problem we've got now is the symbol is not on the right face. Well, this is where you learn another part of design. Remember how we were just taught flipping blocks? Well, what if we flipped the block in order to change the facing? This is why I love it. I love it because every time you get given a mechanic, the next room will present you with a mechanic that enhances the previous. Everything stacks on everything else. I like that a lot. And everything is about moving. Oh look, we found a block. But what does that get us? Well, gets us back to the area from earlier, where we needed 2. Notice how the first time we encountered this area, we knew that we needed more than 1 block, but we didn't necessarily know how to make that happen. Now we have a second, and in the process of getting the second, we learned the flip mechanic, which we didn't know before, and now we do. We also know, because we encountered a room with a double block stack, that blocks can be double stacked. Everything you're exposed to is very slowly added on, compounded with the thing you were exposed to previously. It sounds so simple, but when I find a game that does it this well, I just feel happy. Because finally, I get to play something that understands pacing, that understands A plus B, add C, A, B, C, add D, A, B, C, D. It's just... damn it. It sounds so simple. And yet, it's one of the things that modern games get wrong the most. Anyone else tired of playing games with just huge lore dumps of information? Press this button to do this. Press this button to do this. Now this. Now this. But you never do them. You never do the things. It just tells you to do it. What I like about Soul Reaver is it tells you about something, puts you in a position where you get to do it, tells you about something else, then puts you in a position where you get to do both those things. That's it. It just does that for 6 hours. This puzzle is about opening Melchiah's charnel house so we can get to our first brother. And this giant lift. We need to lower this lift. If we open the world map, remember? Traverse the necropolis. That's the only thing we get told. Traverse the necropolis. Alright, let's do some traversing. Oh, hang on. Cooler spear. It's very important that you take a cooler spear whenever you find one. That's like the most important thing. Does this switch do anything? No. Does this switch do anything? Yes. Remember, you can press R3 at any time to switch back to the old graphics. You can do that during cutscenes as well. You can switch during cutscenes. That's fine. Is it the coolest spear? No. The coolest spear is on a boat. Remember the vampire hunters from earlier, the humans? Remember how we didn't attack them? Well, because of that, they will now drop to their knees and worship you. And you are safe from humans. The boat spear is the best spear. I also like how every area in the game feels like the brothers are trying to compensate for something. You see that Melchiah is the weakest, which is why he's got the largest amount of just massive machines. He's trying to compensate for his weak strength by replacing it with iron and steel. He just isn't as strong as he needs to be. Now, what if we try and use this switch right now? Well, we can't. We're just going to hang there. Alright, switch is locked. Got to find 2 smaller switches to start it. Thankfully, if I remember correctly, they are around here somewhere. I think I remember correctly. I might not. This is the bit where I'm going to forget. Gotcha. Nice and simple. 1 switch, 2 switch, activate the machinery, back to the lift. But I like the fact that, again, check this out, and you'll notice this if you analyze it. Raziel does not beat any boss through raw strength. You don't kill any enemy through raw strength. You kill them through weakening them and then using the environment. And that continues into the boss fights. Weakening and environment. Oh, here's a touch I love. I think we can do in this room. I'll see if I can find one. But if you can't find a spear down here, you can actually rip a pipe off the wall. It's a small thing, but to me it's an aesthetic thing and it matters. See if I can find one of the pipes to grab. Stab you. Because people forget that aesthetics do matter. You had no idea the game was in development. It's more than that, man. It's done. You can buy it now. It's on sale right now. We've turned the machinery on so we can return back to the first. And we can send the lift down the first layer. You also don't get attacked by multiple enemies at the same time. They've done the Assassin's Creed thing of enemies will wait. Now, you'll notice there's lots of little indents around the side. This one even has a block that can be pulled out. Doesn't do anything other than that, though. Effectively, it's just to allow you to climb back up if you need to climb back up. But where do we go? Well, check out how one of the indents has a little graphical flourish above it. I love me a graphical flourish. It's a way of telling the player, hey, go here, without being bright yellow paint. Now again, I'm on classic graphics right now. We can switch back to modern. They really don't interrupt the feeling of the game that badly. We need to go down there. I believe down here is where we will find our first brother. However, there's a gate, which means one more puzzle. These areas, as a kid, these areas were huge. As an adult, you actually realize they're not big. They're just quite densely packed. Now, solve this puzzle visually before you even do anything. To me, all I'm seeing is that block can move along this track. You don't even need to show me it happening, just show me the visuals. I can pretty much work out what I need to do. Block moves along the track. But as I do that, the game will introduce another mechanic to me without me even noticing. That fire will connect with a wooden beam above it. And drop the beam down. Well, now I'm thinking, okay, we've done that once. What if we do it again? What if we use this one here to drop another beam down? It's not complicated. It's compounded. And playing this makes me feel happy, because it's the most simple of game design principles, done well. Is anyone in the chat an expert at anything? And do you tell people who are learning the thing that you're an expert in to drill the fundamentals? Doesn't matter what it is. Get the basics. Drill the fundamentals again and again and again and again. Please get the foundation before you add the bells and whistles, before you add the flourishes, before you add all the extra superfluous stuff. Get the foundation. Bruce Lee famously said, "I don't fear the person who's practiced 1,000 kicks once. I fear the man who's practiced one kick 1,000 times." And one of the reasons that I enjoy going back and replaying Soul Reaver, and that I'm so happy that it's now remastered and available to a new generation, is this gets the fundamentals. It just gets it. It doesn't present you with anything massively complicated. It just gets the fundamentals. Now, there's a couple of extra things that you want to add on. Believe it or not, there are actually hidden systems in this game. There's hidden magic. There's one powered-up hidden weapon. There's actually, I think, 3 hidden areas, aren't there? You've got the human citadel. You've got the New Raptor's retreat. And the Fire Reaver. You'll also notice there is a very slight click whenever you push a block into the right place. Did they do the cut content about Ariel? Ariel is in the game still, but there is no extra content added for her yet. But she is in the game again, and it's unfortunate because Ariel was a character that you encounter probably pretty soon, actually. And she had a bigger part in the original plan. Soul Reaver is very much a game that wanted to be much more than it ended up being. It had so many ambitions, but there was so little time and so much cut content. Now, you can go back and play the cut content, the lost levels in this version. The remaster does have that, but it hasn't added anything hugely extra for Ariel. Now, this is one of my favorite gaming speeches, and I think it's this line that made me know that Raziel was a badass. When presented with this enemy, and he still says this, I'm going to turn the audio up for this slightly, and we'll talk about how the first boss happens, because the first boss very much just, again, emphasizes that this is a puzzle game with combat, not a combat game with puzzles.
Show yourself, creature!
Do you not recognize me, brother? Am I so changed?
Melchiah?
Yes, brother. You should have stayed where the Master sent you, Raziel. You will find Nosgoth less pleasant than you remember.
What has become of my clan? Answer me, little brother, or I will beat an answer from your horrid lips.
Everyone is afraid, sibling. You awake to a world of fear. These times of change are so unsettling. Do you think I feel no revulsion for this form? Do you believe for a moment that our Lord would risk his empire upon an upstart inheritance?
Enough riddles. What are you saying?
You are the last to die.
When he first said that, answer me, little brother, while you're faced with this horrific muscled monstrosity chasing after you. I'm like, yeah, Raziel's a badass right here. Now, the Melchiah fight. There is no way that you can stand up and fight him, because he phases into the spirit realm whenever you try to attack him. You could, if you want, leap into this central thing just here. Problem is, by leaping into the central thing, massive crusher above you. And if you do leap in, he is smart enough that he will actually go for the crusher to try and kill you. Now, one thing that I find disgusting about this design, I mean disgusting amazing, notice how his fingers are legs and they walk towards you. I hate that. Like, it's, it really, that full-on makes me shiver whenever I see it. So how do we kill this guy? Well, leap up and into these small side rooms. Hold open this switch and notice the spiked gate. Raise and lower. Drop some spikes onto him. He screams and shatters them. Not a problem. There's another spiked gate over here. Again, not about strength, about the environment. Raziel barely kills anything with his brute strength alone. He kills it because he is smarter than his brothers. Oh, when these little leg fingers crawl around the side. I love it. Notice his green phasing ability as well. Drop and crush. And after breaking both of the gates, you'll notice the handle unravels. Well, we need a brother to be in here with us. Come and join us, man. Come and say hi. Phase in. Do it. Yes! You fool. Because now that switch is ready.
Tell me, Melchiah, where can I find Kain?
The Master is beyond your reach, Raziel. He makes himself known when he sees fit, not when commanded. I am released.
His machines were his downfall.
You have done well, Raziel.
Am I reduced to this? A ghoul? A fratricide?
Elevated, Raziel, not reduced. Consuming Melchiah's soul has endowed you with a new gift. Insubstantial barriers such as these are no impediment to you in the spectral realm. Will yourself to pass through, and you shall.
This is what we mean when we say that the game is a Souls-like or a Metroidvania-like. We have killed a boss. In doing so, we have gained its ability. Spectral realm, run at these gates, and we phase through. Every gate we have been seeing is now a new route open to us. The gates we saw from the pillars at the start, the gates we've been seeing under the water, the gates into the Citadel and the pillars of Nosgoth, we're gonna T-pose right through them. And if you're ever unsure what to do, anytime you leave a boss arena, the Elder God helps you out. Let's go this way. We should emerge at Melchiah's sanctum. Yes. Now, one of these areas had a block that we pulled out. There we go. Now we should be able... Hey, look, it's our spear! Ah, I remember the spear. Good times. Good times with this spear. Quick save. And we can now go and use... use the gate ability to go somewhere else. And that's pretty much the entire design of the game. Find a boss, kill it, get the boss's ability to traverse the rest of the game, retreat to an earlier section in the game, use the new ability you've got to go somewhere new. That's kind of it.
Return to the sanctuary of the clans, Raziel. Melchiah's soul has endowed you with the means to gain entry. Beware, however. This hollow derelict is abandoned, but not uninhabited.
Simple, but remarkably satisfying. But what if we were to jump into this lake and return to the spirit realm? Well, down here you'd find a gate you can phase through.
These artifacts enhance your stamina, enabling you to prolong your material manifestation. Gather 5 to complete the emblem, and thereby augment your strength.
Sweet. Collectibles. Not many, but a few. Find them, get some more life. I'm not bothered about fighting the Suqua. However, I am bothered about heading deeper into this underground cavern. Because down here we'll find a couple of things that will be important in the future. Oh, the voice acting is excellent. It gets even better. Even better. When you start to have arguments with more people. Now, it's very important that you understand something about the history of the in-game world. Specifically, the human Sarafan. Ah, we can't climb this yet. So let's go back this way. Remember that Kain was the leader of the vampiric army, if you will. The humans used to inhabit the world, as even the Citadel will go and visit. The humans had their anti-vampire warrior priests, if you will. The Sarafan were like the elite of the anti-vampire humans. The actual history of them is phenomenal. It's such a well fleshed out backstory. And yeah, the actors, that's a very important thing you just put in the chat. The actors really did take this game very, very seriously. That's what I'm looking for. Here we go. Has anyone played this game and gone all the way through it without ever finding the magic system? Because there's a hidden magic system in the game that the game never even tells you about. Unless you do what I'm doing right now and finding it. Notice that symbol on the wall. Notice the top of the pillar has 3 of them. Knock them over to complete the symbol in the center of this ring. This, to me, has that feeling of eerie, lost media, strange, unmade video game secret. Does anyone else watch those YouTube videos about really strange, weird video games, strange worlds, unexplored places? The secrets in this game. I play Soul Reaver repeatedly, and I still find areas that I forgot exist. Well, there's a magic system that you can complete the entire game without ever interacting with. But let's get a few of the spells. They have that old video game creepiness to them.
Once acquired, these glyphs empower you with elemental lore. Each spell exacts a sacrifice of energy, however. Use them sparingly and wisely.
Now, every time we've been pressing select to bring up the spell menu, the first spell we've had is change from one realm to the other. We now have the Force spell as well. You'll notice it takes 1 out of the 2 energy we currently have, and using it effectively pushes all enemies away from us. Doesn't kill them, just pushes them away. There are moments when that is useful. Back into the water to burn back into the spectral realm. Now, the original writer for Soul Reaver was a lady called Amy Hennig. Now, you may know the name Amy Hennig. Oh, random thing here. If you kill one Suqua, the others run away from you in fear. So once you've started beating them up, they end up realizing that you're winning and run away. Amy Hennig wrote, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, she wrote the original Soul Reaver. The sort of Legacy of Kain we're playing right now. Amy Hennig went on to write 3 of my favourite video games after that. Uncharted 1, 2, and 3. So if you like the Uncharted games and feel they have that adventurous vibe to them, start it here. Same kind of vibes. Now, a very important thing is we might actually have a special guest on this stream later, whether it's in Discord or whether it's in a video that I might make on the game at some point. Who directed this remaster? Well, this is what really impressed me. When Soul Reaver was super popular many years ago, there used to be websites with kind of fan-run blogs on them. I'm going to use the gate to travel back to the Lake of the Dead, which should be the fastest way to get to where we need to get to. Did anyone else ever go to, if you were a Soul Reaver mega fan, a website called the Ancient's Den? The Ancient's Den was probably like the Soul Reaver mega fan site. The Ancient's Den had everything. The Ancient's Den was created by a lovely person called Raina, I want to say I'm pronouncing this correctly, Raina Audron. That's the online name, Raina Audron. Raina catalogued all of Soul Reaver. In fact, on Raina's YouTube channel, which you can still find, a video from 17 years ago is them running around in one of the secret rooms that you're not meant to be able to get to. Raina is the director of this remaster. They got the Soul Reaver superfan to supervise everything about this. Remastering all of the audio without changing it, refilming the intro using new graphics but recreating it shot for shot, movement for movement, adding in the world map without adding in a mini-map, adding in the tiny little hints of what you could consider doing without fully spoiling everything. This, Raina directed it. Josh, Raina's here. Oh, is she in the chat? She did say that she would try. Ah, you're there! Thank you so much for the mention. Can we please get some clap emojis in the chat for Raina making one of the best remasters of one of the best games? When I watched the intro cutscene, the moment the shadows dissipated from Raziel and all the lighting hits, and you get that lovely line of "I am Raziel," goosebumps. Absolute goosebumps, honestly. Return to the Sanctuary of the Clans, use the skill we have from Melchiah, phase through the gate, and head inside. Now there's 2 Suqua on the edge here, nice and simple. But what we also want to start doing at some point is grabbing a load of magic energy. And the magic energy is shown as these pulsating blue orbs in the physical world. And the reason we're going to start wanting that, there they are over in the corner. The reason we're going to want that is because magic is going to become much more useful in the regular game, especially without the ability to kill enemies from... we're still not out of 2. Okay. You know what? We'll do this old style. We'll do it old style. I've got to kill both of them. But I can grab these and throw them. And then I can very quickly chuck you into the water. So, Raina, I've got questions. I've got questions. You and I will definitely have to have a Discord chat at some point to discuss why you felt now was the right time to remaster the game, where you want the remaster to go to, what you wanted to achieve, that kind of stuff. Many questions. Many, many questions. Let's keep going. I'm going to dive into the Sanctuary of the Clans. Now, because I don't have a spear, I can't kill these guys, but that's okay because I'm going to need to realm shift to phase through these gates to get deeper anyway. You were so scared the remaster would be an attempted cash grab. Oh my god, the same. However, when I heard that Aspire were the people doing it, the same people that did the Tomb Raider remaster, much more faith. If you guys haven't played Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, the remasters, phenomenally good remasters. They take what the original game is and they make it better. But not in that stupid, annoying Hollywood way of, I'm going to improve the past by changing it. In that genuine superfan way of, I'm going to find the best thing that the past could have been while keeping the heart, keeping the soul, keeping the vibes, and presenting it to a new generation. You don't need to switch what something is trying to be. You can simply find the best way to present it to a new generation while keeping the original soul. We are about to confront Kain in the throne room. Using the soul of Melchiah to phase through, we can finally go and have a chat with our executioner.
Raziel.
Kain!
The Abyss has been unkind.
I am your creation, Kain. Now, as before, you criticize your own work. What have you done with my clan, degenerate? You have no right.
What I have made, I can also destroy, child.
Damn you, Kain! You are not God! This act of genocide is unconscionable!
Conscience? You dare to speak to me of conscience? Only when you have felt the full gravity of choice should you dare question my judgment. Your lifespan is a flicker compared to the mass of doubt and regret that I have borne since Mortanius first turned me from the light. To know that the fate of the world hangs dependent on the advisedness of my every deed? Can you even begin to conceive what action you would take in my position?
I would choose integrity, Kain.
Look around you, Raziel. See what has become of our empire. Witness the end of an age. The clans scattered to the corners of Nosgoth. This place has outlasted its usefulness. As have you.
Raina, correct me if I'm wrong here.
The Soul Reaver, Kain's ancient blade, older than any of us and 1,000 times more deadly. The legends claimed that the blade was possessed and thrived by devouring the souls of its victims. For all our bravado, we knew what it meant when Kain drew the Soul Reaver in anger. It meant you were dead.
Instead of just upscaling the cutscenes, you specifically found ways to take the new models that you designed and effectively redid the cutscenes, shot for shot, camera movement for camera movement, to make sure it was as faithful to the original as possible, while having the updated graphics. If you get hit, you fall to the spirit realm, you grab some spirits, you try again. Nope, not taking you on, my friend. Where are you, Kain? Third time's the charm. Damn you, Kain! You are not God. I swear I'm good at this game. I did this fine off stream. I was sat there off stream thinking, I hope I don't suck when I'm streaming it. Come on. Duh, you've got to get the one hit. The streamer's curse of being really good when I was making the video, and then just not good. It's because he's spawning over there. That's the problem. Gotcha.
The blade is vanquished. So it unfolds. And we are a step closer to our destinies.
Oh, the music.
I swore I saw a glint of satisfaction in Kain's eye when the Soul Reaver was destroyed. I did not understand the game that Kain was playing, but I knew the finishing move.
From this moment and ever afterward, you and this blade are inextricably bound. Soul Reaver and Reaver of Souls, your destinies are intertwined. By destroying the sword, you have liberated it from its corporeal prison and restored it to its true form, a wraith blade, its energy unbound. No longer a physical blade, it can only manifest itself in the material realm when your strength is fully restored. Once manifest, it will sustain you.
What are you, little soul? Another of Kain's creatures come to taunt this bound spectre.
I did not intend to disturb your rest.
Rest. A body is needed for sleep. Flesh and bones are required to recline. No, child. All I may do is watch and remember, ceaselessly conscious as this wretched world's history unfurls. Ghastly past, insufferable future, are they one and the same? Am I always here?
How have you come to haunt these pillars?
Kain refused the sacrifice. The pillar of balance, corrupted to its core, stands as a monument to his blind ambition. Now these pillars serve only to bind me here, my prison and eternal home, thanks to the avarice of your master, Kain.
That bastard can claim no allegiance from me.
Then we share a common foe, Raziel. Return here when you have need. Ariel remembers what others have forgotten.
Whenever people ask me how to write a video game, just go and play Soul Reaver. Just play Soul Reaver. Just listen to the words and realize how goddamn good it is. Right. Grab some magic and some advice.
May you find peace here, Raziel.
If you are ever unsure about where you should be going, you can either check the map. Beautiful new edition, by the way. 100% support. Keep this. It's lovely. Or you can run over here. And it should tell you where you need to go.
Far in the eastern mountains, A stifled titan stands in mute surrender, unwilling host to a parasitic swarm.
There's a comment in the chat saying, "Don't cry." I'll tell you why this game makes me tear up. I played this when I was a kid, in my bedroom, with a printed off from the library, because we didn't have a printer at the time, guide from GameFAQs. And while sitting there playing through it, that's when I realized that video games were art, and I always wanted to play video games. And when I tried to play this a couple of years ago to get the review for the Was It Good, you had to either use emulation or you have to download a couple of patches to make an old PC game work. To me, gaming preservation, gaming survival, so that future generations can experience the incredible stories and works of art and digital mythos that we're creating now, that matters a lot. So to me, a remaster isn't just, oh, we get to play the same games we played. It's, we are now making it easier, in some cases just possible, for new generations of gamers to experience the stories that we have been telling them about for years. Gaming is folklore, and game preservation and remasters are a way of keeping those folklore stories alive. As much as I appreciate the Tomb Raider reboots and the Tomb Raider new games and the shadow of the Tomb Raider and all of that, there is something quintessentially magical about the original Tomb Raider. And being able to replay it makes me happy. And knowing that other people are able to replay it makes me happy. The Soul Reaver franchise, story, experience is now simpler to access than it's ever been. Soul Reaver is a physical blade. It is our new weapon, leaving a lovely blue trail behind it. Provided we have it in the physical realm, we will no longer lose health. And all of these doors that are locked with the blade can be opened. Now, you may remember when we very first left the tutorial area, there were some ruined pillars sticking up into the sky, and I specifically pointed out the pacing of the game having a gate that we couldn't yet pass through and a mountain that we couldn't yet scale. Well, we can now pass through that gate. Notice as well how Ariel gave us the hint to the eastern mountains. Well, that does actually respect the direction that we need to go, which I appreciate. We need to go to the eastern mountains. While you can lock on to fight with the Soul Reaver, I actually find it much easier to not bother locking on and just running past and smacking. Old games are verbal stories. If they aren't able to be experienced, they are lost to the void of time. Yeah, they are. In many ways, like the story of Soul Reaver itself.
Your brother Zephon's keep lies far to the east, beyond the ruins that greeted your first exit from the underworld. He and his brood have cocooned themselves in a derelict cathedral, having murdered its human guardians.
So one of the most important moments for me yesterday, in fact, it's why I've done this whole Windows 98 joke thing. When I was playing Path of Exile 2, there is something that just doesn't play well with my graphics card. I'll tell you what, one thing that isn't talked about enough, by the way, in relation to Soul Reaver, when I emulated this, the switch from spectral to physical takes so long. Here, super smooth. It's on buttery smooth. Love it. So one thing that was important to me was, when I was playing the Path of Exile 2, I realized that I couldn't quite run it on maximum graphics, so I leant into the joke, and I decided to make the whole kind of silly overlay. To me, a game lives or dies off its mechanics, not off its graphics. And the mechanics of Soul Reaver... Oh hey, remember that? Well, now we have the ability to get to it. The pacing, my god. Some people were watching that stream in 360p. When you were a kid, if you were lucky enough to have a CRT in your bedroom, or if you had it hooked up to the main TV in the living room. Did you spend too long staring at the graphics of a game? Get in my face, souls. Or did you just love playing the game? I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciated when a game had nice graphics, but I can't think of a time as a kid when I sat back and thought, I'm enjoying this, but it's not pretty enough. I don't think I've ever thought that. I've never thought, I'm going to stop playing this game because the mechanics are amazing, the experience is great, the sound is lovely, the overall mechanics, the experience good, but the graphics are just letting it down. I've never stopped playing a game for bad graphics. I've stopped playing a game for bad gameplay. Oh, by the way, if you want to play this game on the original graphics, just press R3, switches them all back. All textures are in there as well, so you can play classic if you want to. Pillars from the start. Now I love the idea of where we're about to go to. Remember, you can't phase through gates in the physical, so back to Spectral we go. I'll just change from classic to modern graphics and see how many people notice as we go through. We're going to finish the game, by the way. Look at this. This is a cathedral built by the humans as an auditory weapon against the vampires. The pipes inside and the organs blasting a perfect note that would kill them. I find that pretty cool. Now, however, pretty much abandoned. Now, even if you could, and this is about pacing, even if you could get through that gate without phasing, notice how the door to the cathedral is locked with the Soul Reaver lock, meaning you need to have both killed Melchiah to get the phasing ability and confronted Kain and complete the first Kain fight to get the Soul Reaver to be able to open the door. Let's go... There should be a teleporter gate outside somewhere. I want to go and find that first. You're curious to see what speedrunners will do to the game. I mean, I looked into some speedrunning games. I like speedrunning when it's more 100%. Remember that we didn't attack the humans, which means they will worship us. They are not a threat. We're not speedrunning the bouncer. I swear to God, if they remake the bouncer, I'm not playing it. I'll play the good remasters. Okay, so every time we find a human, are we doing that little emote in the chat right now, which looks like lol got tired? Are they praising the sun? Is that what they're doing? I love tech. Looking into graphics, physics a lot. Never made me drop a game, though. Yeah, I mean, I like it when a game has a good graphical style. That's more important to me than just high-fidelity graphics. Style matters more than total pixel count, more than ray tracing, more than... It matters more than being photorealistic. Being photorealistic is itself a style, but I like style more than just better graphics. The music for every area also represents that area. The music from Melchiah's Sanctum was very metallic, very earthy. The music in here, we're getting tubular bells, we're getting brass pipes, we're getting organs, we're getting the reverb of a church. And if you're not a fan of spiders, you'll want to look away pretty soon, because that's the enemy that Zephon has. Zephon's brood look like that. They climb all over the walls, and that's the classic graphics. Modern, oh, they're horrible. They've done a good job making the modern spiders look horrible. The noise as well. The noise was the best one. People underestimate how important sound is in horror, in gaming, in experience. Now, when we return to the physical realm, we will be attacked. Remember, we have the Soul Reaver, provided we don't get hit once. If we get hit once, we're in trouble. Now, normally you need a weapon to kill the enemies, but once they're stunned, the Soul Reaver blows them up. Just full-on explodes them. I see you up there. Come on. Jump down. Jump down, do it. Haha! Oh, damn it. Okay. Got too cocky. Reeved a bit too close to the sun there. Got hit. Lost the Soul Reaver. Now the health regen. Yeah, the health slows up to fall down. -1 Reaver. This area's cool. Remember, you can change the graphics during cutscenes as well. Now, there are some more enemies back here, and ideally, I don't want to be spending too long fighting them, because not only do I not have a weapon, but I'm in the physical realm, so I'm losing health, and they are annoyingly fast. Remember though, as I've said many times, it's not a combat game with puzzles. It's a puzzle game. Combat. And while there are spears here, they are the bad spears that we don't want to be using. Just to double check I'm jumping the right way. I can just about remember. This area is dark. You're meant to get one of the torches from down there, but we're fine. We're fine, don't you worry. We roughly know where I'm going. That way. Toward the light. It's fine. Is anyone else still unsure that Soul Reaver is definitely one of the first kind of Souls-like Metroidvanias? Ugh. Remember how when I talked about Melchiah, and I said that Melchiah has the ability to phase through walls, and his brood have the ability to pop up out of the ground. Well, the brood here, the main focus is on traversal, on moving from A to B to C. Which means when we kill Zephon, which is the brother we're going to encounter in the cathedral, chances are it's going to be a movement-based ability.
Once a testament to mankind's defiance of Kain's empire, this towering cathedral now stood derelict. The humans who worshipped here, dead for centuries. Its architects conceived this tower as a holy weapon against the vampire menace, a colossal instrument of brass and stone. The cathedral's pipes, once tuned to blast a deadly hymn, now stood silent, and these vacant spaces whistled their impotence.
This is one of my favorite moments in the game. This is where I realized that the whole spirit realm thing was going to be an iconic moment. We need to climb the tower. We simply can't. Not in the physical realm. There is fans down there, but we can't access them. They're off, unfortunately. And jumping down drops us down here. There are so many. Remember that? There is a target above what looks like a climbable surface. Remember the target. It will be important in the future. Remember how I said every single time you get something, you're about to backtrack to use the thing that you got? This entire zone is no different. It's a tool that will help us later. It really is. outside. It's fine. We can be doing some jumping and some gliding. Right. The fastest way to get back to where we need to get to. Probably back this way. There are lots of secrets that we're not going to be able to find in this playthrough, by the way. There are a huge amount. I'll find New Raptor's Retreat, and I'll find the Human Citadel, because I like both those areas a lot, and I think just the vibe of them. Especially the moment, if you've played the game before and you know what New Raptor's Citadel looks like, the moment you find that, ooh, it's beautiful. Was this remastered? It's remastered and available right now. So if you want to go and play Soul Reaver again, it's available on Steam. I'm playing the Steam version, which is good. So, back here. How do we get up? Well, we change to the Spirit Realm. And these pipes warp themselves into a lovely little walkway. This is that moment where I realized that effectively Soul Reaver is 2 games. It's 2 worlds. No one call Pro Jared. It's 2 worlds that you manipulate your way through. And that's almost, in a way, thematically linked to a little bit of backstory that we'll get access to in the future. The idea of, do you belong to this world or that world? Oh, don't worry, there are no spoilers. You know when I said aesthetics matter? This is a small thing that I noticed as, when I was critiquing the design. We need to effectively flip 2 switches now to turn on the fans down below. When you flip the switches, it doesn't just instantly flip the switches, it drops a pedal from a giant organ into a little clip. And then we jump on the pedal to activate it. That is, mechanically, no different to just activating a switch. But the act of jumping onto the pedal reinforces the fact that in the player's mind, this is a musical instrument. You are effectively playing the cathedral. There we go. You are playing the cathedral. Right, there needs to be a block just there, and there is not a block just there. Which means we return to this place in the future. Oh, by the way, even if you have got the Soul Reaver, you can still carry a spear. Which is always worth doing it, because right now we don't have a ranged attack apart from throwing a spear. The fact that we haven't encountered an overt loading screen yet is incredible. The slow walk out of a door is itself a loading screen. The curvy corridors are loading screens. But they're so in theme that you kinda don't care. You said you changed from classic to newer. Every time you do, I jump because there's something in the back of my head that goes, oh, there it is! There it is! It's a long corridor, you gotta glide. Don't ask me why. You gotta. If you ever encounter a long corridor in a game, you gotta glide. A gate! Well, that's dealt with by being in the Spirit Realm. It's the law, isn't it? There's a couple of oh good, it's block puzzle time. There's a couple of gaming laws. One of them is the red barrels explode. Now, you can still be hit while doing the killing animation, which is why it's very important to make sure everything is stunned all the time. And then we all blow up. Cool. Okay. This is what I mean about setting a puzzle. immediately, visually, the player connects that block going there because the block is currently in the correct orientation, which means the first thing a player is going to think to do before they engage their puzzle-solving mind is move this block to the side and flip it up. But if you do that, it's wrong, because you'll be flipping it into the wrong way, which means you need to instead flip it once this way, then stick a block where it needs to be, then flip it onto that block, then push it. Notice how it has set the blocks in the correct orientation, but placed them in such a way that if you were to do the immediate natural thing you think of doing, you would be wrong. It's a puzzle game. And while I'm doing this, we can have a chat. Guys, how's it all going? CD, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you with us. How is everything? I didn't need the other block. No, I've got this one. I'll do it this way. I don't think you need the second block to flip it, but that feels satisfying to me. Did anyone else struggle with these puzzles when they were kids? Let's be real. Be honest, I did. I'll tell you what though, in all seriousness, the first thing you need to do is, here's how you solve these puzzles really bloody quickly. I think these arms, this facing, goes here. So the first thing I want to do, before I even think about orientation, is I want to get the design facing effectively east. So flip it until the design is on the right way. Right, now we're at least on the right way. Now, just flip the block sideways until the design matches up. There we go. I used to make that way more complicated than it needed to be. First thing, put the block in the correct orientation. Then, just flip it up to 3 times until it ends up being in the right place. This room became iconic. Great block flipping tutorial. Thanks, that's what I'm here for. So just a single hand, probably going to be that one. So we'll just flip it twice this way. And then you bop it. You do. You flip it, grab it, twist it, push it, soul it, reave it, bop it, fight the enemies that drop down in the middle of the blocks. Blow up. Oh god, there's 2 of them. The reason I'm killing them quickly is because losing the Soul Reaver right now is super annoying. Did they use Unreal for this? I actually don't know. I don't believe they did. Raina might be in the chat still, so she may be able to answer you. One more. And then we'll be good. Anti is raiding with a party of 4. Welcome, Anti. Hopefully everyone from Anti's raid is doing good. Let's just keep attacking. Do I think those guys were on a respawn timer, or were they on a when you get enough blocks, they just happen timer? I don't think they're on a respawn timer. I think they're on a once you put the other block in, they then automatically spawn timer. How's Legacy of Kain and the Reaving of Souls? It's going very well. One of my favourite games of all time. This is the 3rd time I've replayed it this year, and I still like it because, like I said to everyone, block gets us a block. Like I said to everyone earlier, what the Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver does well is it nails the fundamentals. It gets the basics really well. There are so many games that I have played that have so many superfluous systems. They've got gathering, they've got crafting, they've got level ups, they've got all these movements, all these motions, all these extra things. And I'm not saying those systems are bad, I'm saying that sometimes designers, mostly CEOs, because game designers don't tend to do this, it tends to be the C-suite level execs who don't quite understand gaming. They're like, well, the kids like the crafting systems. You've got to add the crafting systems in. Oh, the kids like the level up systems. You've got to add the level up systems in. Well, we've got to have cosmetics. We've got to have all the DLC. We've got to have this. at that point, you're just designing a game by going through a series of checklists of things that games could have. You're not actually sitting back and saying, what does our game need? And one of the reasons that I like Soul Reaver is I don't believe it has anything that it doesn't need. Oh, what a lovely phrase. Chasing the trend of setting one. Oh, hang on. There you go. Just wanted to stab that guy with a quick spear throw. Mainly for making myself feel better. It's not a good idea to lose your spear right now, but these enemies are very annoying. Compare these puzzles in the 90s. I mean, they're not unforgiving puzzles, but they're definitely puzzles that require a little bit of thought and let the player feel accomplished for doing it. Your speech on the importance of taking a good pause literally changed your life. I'm just second monitor content. We ascend the cathedral by catching the updraft from the fans we have now turned on. And notice again this. Notice how when we approached Melchiah, whose entire thing was being underground, we went down into the earth. And then we got the ability to phase through matter. And now, as we approach Zephon, we are physically climbing higher. And then when we kill Zephon, we will get the ability to climb higher. Their locations are themselves representative of the abilities that they are going to give us. Thematic choices. I like that a lot. This is the kind of design that you don't notice until you start looking for it. But as soon as you do start looking for it, oh my god, it's there! It's there! Now, these are the only humans that will still attack us. The humans that originally were in the cathedral that are now kind of hiding out. They are also the only enemy in the game that you don't need an external weapon to be able to kill. The Soul Reaver will kill them in one hit, but you do not need it. Corpse says, you may be sponsored, but it goes both ways. I saw this on the page and went, oh, Josh must be streaming. It's like some random streamer is streaming a game from the mid-90s. It's probably Josh. Now, let's talk about pacing again, because we haven't talked about it enough. Notice how in order to get here we had to do a block puzzle. Well, here's another block puzzle. But notice how the blocks are stacked up in a massive stack of 4. Well, we've already encountered a stack of 2. And we now need to break apart a stack of 4. Which means we push it toward a ledge and knock them off. But remember how the last room we had was about putting the blocks in the positions correctly? Well, no different, but physical differences. We now have pipes, and the blocks are all different shapes of pipe. Now here's one of my absolute favourite moments in the game. That's just a simple straight pipe. When you connect this pipe, if you listen, you can hear the organ start to play. That is such a beautiful bit of added ambience. Let's see if we can hear it. Ready? It's a super low hum in the background. Oh, also, you can just pull a thing off the wall here. Notice how the spears in the opening in Melchiah's were iron and steel, and these are bronze and copper. Which means a reskin of a weapon to thematically suit the area that it's found in. The small details make a game. And the small details matter because Soul Reaver has nailed the basics. That's your favourite spear so far, just a straight up stick. Well, the next time a spider falls down, which one will pretty soon, we'll just throw the spear at it. We'll just stab it with a literal metal bar. That's all we'll need to do. I think we want to be going this way. The fact the game has more visual variety than most modern games, and there's not a drop of yellow paint. First puzzle shatters one of the 4 bulbs. That will matter. Oh, hang on. We're going to grab the spear back. We can't take it with us, so we'll just leave it there. They can be impaled for the rest of time. How are you? It's a good point. Guys, how are you meant to know what to do without yellow paint? If you're playing a game and you need to do something, how are you meant to know what to do without the yellow paint? Without the Skyrim markers pointing you and telling you where to go? Without the big obvious stuff? Now, you have to ring this bell, which lasts for a while. Then you have to jump down there and bring that one over there. But we'll do that in a second. Because I believe before we do that, we have another puzzle to do. Go to the internet. Now, I'll tell you one thing I found weird about the block puzzles. When I tried to do this game as a kid, I read guides, which made the block puzzles sound so much more difficult than they actually are. If you don't read guides and you just try and do the puzzles, they're not difficult. They can take a bit of getting used to, absolutely. But they're not hard. 1. While you're doing that, give me another... Give me that. Pin the enemy against the wall, and then just stab them repeatedly. Excellent. I overestimate your intelligence. No, I believe in you. I've got faith in you. Now, which do we need? We need a single right turn. Well, no, that's a straight block. To be fair, that could actually go over there fine. We'll go that way. Your dad forbade you from looking up guides. I'm glad there isn't a minimap, because I know what I'm like. If there was a minimap, I would be looking at it. I think this game has actually taken a lot of lessons from Elden Ring. Without a doubt. I think when we look at the slow progression of Castlevania, Dark Souls, all the old Souls-likes, all the old Metroidvanias, the process. Dark Souls learned from Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver took what Dark Souls did well. We now need to go this way. They all borrowed. And everything, ultimately. Everything learns from everything else. Yeah, lessons from Elden Ring. I say lessons from Elden Ring before Elden Ring. Remember, this is the remaster, which comes with a world map. Wasn't in the original. One of the few things I wanted was a world map. One of the few things they added was a world map. Now, they could have added anything. They could have added so much stuff. But the world map screen also contains your objective to the top left. It does not give you a mini-map, it does not give you hints. It simply says, search through the silenced cathedral. Is there a 3D map? We're not Daggerfall. We're not that advanced. Oh, slow it down. We can't be going... that's too much. I think you're going to end up whelming there. That's too much. Let's not be overwhelming. What about a VR map? Oh yeah, that's there, obviously. How much is the battle pass? You can ask Raina. I'm sure they'll know. Let's just flip you in. And this should be... Again, you can hear the music. You can unlock the minimap for 30 minutes for only a few dollars. Or you could buy... When I was playing this game, I realized something. How many people, how many of you have seen video games advertise how long they are as a positive? It's almost as if you're paying for the quantity. Soul Reaver 1 and 2 are not long games. But as I get older, I am starting to appreciate that more and more. I'm starting to understand that I don't need 50 to 60 hours worth of slog when I could have 6 to 7 hours worth of curated experience. I'm at that point now where I would rather pay for a mid-length quality experience than a super long, rambling, never quite finishes experience. 20 hours of peak is better than 50 hours of mid, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Well, this big glass pane is in our way, but there's the symbol of 2 bells. I'm going to take that as advice. I'm going to smack this bell, then run over here, jump and glide, and go and smack this bell. The harmonies, the frequencies, the resonance. Say goodbye to that window. I love the fact that the camera flies at the window, and then as the camera effectively goes through the window is the moment it explodes. It's like, it's a tiny thing, it's like a tiny little thematic thing, but I really like it. Now go to Sen's Fortress. We'll be approaching something similar to that later when we get to effectively the Water Temple. When we get to Rahab's World of Fun. Now, we need to pull this lever, which opens that. The problem is that that actually begins to move back the moment you leave the lever. But you know where things can't move? Things can't move in the spirit realm. Now, why did we smash the glass? Well, the spirit realm is required to keep that wall still. If we were to head this way to access that wall, we would need to go through a door, which we are unable to do. So what the game has created is effectively a one-way loop that we have given ourselves access to by going through all of that process to smash the glass. We can now jump and glide down here, and that allows us to head through the wall where the thing has moved back from. And down here, we can then continue the game. All of that, just for that. It's all one big loop. It's one massive spiral, which, if anything, is one of the reasons that your health bar is a spiral. Although the exact reason that your health bar is a spiral will become apparent to us, I believe, after this boss. I'm trying to work out the pacing in my own mind. Yeah, it's after this boss. Oh, lots of enemies. Okay, cool. I'm not going to bother fighting because I know that I'm going to get hit. Ah, right. We need to find something that will let me access this. That's going to be... It's going to be a puzzle, isn't it? That is another block puzzle that amazingly I actually don't need. So this block puzzle would get me another one of the artifacts of health. However, as the artifact of health is an optional thing that we don't need to get to, well, that was pointless, changing from one to another. I've got to go this way. I don't need every single artifact. I'm going to prioritize... Oh! Here's another change. Another change that I forgot about that I really like. What if You get to the end of the game and you think, oh my god, I missed an artifact. I missed a power-up. I missed an eldritch magic secret. I missed something. Where is it? Open your map, check the bottom right. That collectibles window only applies to the area you are currently in. Health power-ups found, 0 out of 2. Eldritch energy power-ups found, 0 out of 1. Which means, when you want to get all the secrets at the end of the game, you no longer have to run around every single part of the game or use a guide, visiting every place in order. You can just gate around until you see, oh, yep, there we go. Now again, it doesn't tell you exactly where you need to go. It just says, hey, you're in the right area. And that, to me, is a good addition. It doesn't play the game for you, it just lets you know that you're not wasting your time. And that is a big thing for me. Anyone else in chat, let me know what you think. Have you ever been playing a game and you've wanted to get all of the secrets? You've wanted to explore everywhere, find all the weapons, get all the, all the cool stuff. But you end up realizing, hang on, I'm not playing right now. If anything, I'm just wasting time. Because I don't know where I need to be. I don't know where I need to go. The world is so bloody big that I wish I could just be told that I'm in the right area. That's all I want to be told. I don't need to be told, hey, it's exactly here. Just say to me... Just say to me you're in roughly the right place. That's all I need to know. We continue fighting our way all the way up and through the cathedral. You'll remember, I believe we have broken 2 of the glass baubles. If I am correct, down here is a teleporter room. I am incorrect. Yep, that's a good human, we can leave them alone. I don't mind playing a game for a long time. What I dislike is knowing that I'm in the wrong area. When I get somewhere and I'm like, okay, cool, the game is massive, narrow it down to like 10% of the map. I don't want to be told exactly where to go, I just want to feel that I'm not wasting time. And that's what I think the collectibles window does. It lets you know that you're not wasting time. Now, can I also just point out, this is a saving grace. The first time I played this game as a kid, I did not know you could interact with these things. I did not know they were switches. So the fact that you've got the little red icon of interact and the hint of X to operate, beautiful. That's going to save someone a headache. Anyone in the chat, did you do the same as me? Did you play through the game and not realize that you could lift these things up and put them down again? I didn't know that. It took me a long time to figure it out. I spent a lot of my time annoyed running around from A to B. That, to me, excellent change. Stuck here for a few hours. I think we all had a stuck moment like that. Part of the good design of the game is effectively eliminating as many stuck moments as possible. Another one is about to play out. Another stuck moment. There is a puzzle in this room back here. And the puzzle is about lifting up these lids. But I didn't know that you could interact with the lids. And thankfully, the interaction button is there. You need to open the lids in the correct order to destroy one of the things, and I cannot for the life of me remember the order, so we're gonna brute force this. There are only so many combinations of 3 lids that you can possibly have. There we go. Now, you might be thinking, well, that was nice and easy. Why don't we do it again? I get into the habit of saving my game often. One thing the game doesn't have is an autosave. So just... God damn you. Now, humans are thankfully the only enemies that you can just kill with the claws. You don't need to specially kill them. And if you get your health back to maximum, you get your Soul Reaver back. I think this is the one where it's... Apparently not. Is it random? We're going to brute force the puzzle, and we're going to do it. There we go. All 4 glass bulbs shattered. No, so I've not actually triggered the humans hating me, because these humans are a slightly different faction. These humans are the cathedral humans, who are kind of evil. There is actually a good human vampire hunter in the cathedral that we found earlier that I kind of ran past quickly to make sure that I didn't anger them. In we go. And we cannot interact with anything unless we are in the physical realm, remember that. Just gotta find where... There we go. Now, I will be honest. Zephon, the boss we're about to get to, is, in my opinion, the most thematically disappointing boss. The reason is that every other boss is killed with a weakness related to their environment. Zephon is not. Zephon is killed with a mechanic that, in my opinion, seems out of place. But I want to make it very clear, that is not an issue with the remaster. That is an issue with the game design in general. And some of you may think it's sacrilege to insult Soul Reaver in any way. But when I explain my reasoning, damn it, hopefully you'll understand. Essentially, every other boss is killed in a thematic way that makes sense to the location you find them in. Zephon isn't. There is a mechanic in his boss room that's just kind of there, and you engage with it. If I had to change anything about this game, and believe me, I treat Soul Reaver as, religious text at this point. If I had to change anything, it would be the Zephon fight. There are 3 pipes which connect to that organ just there. We need to activate in order to get this thing blasting out some air. So we're going to go and activate all these things. Let's just grab a weapon, take care of the enemies here. Is anyone else in the chat aware of how the Zephon fight goes? When we get there, and we'll get there in a minute. God damn it. Give me your soul. Soul Reaver. There we go. Zephon's the odd one out, aren't they? They really are. I think even Rainen would agree with that. Don't have to in the chat still, but I will defend my reasoning when we get there. Pick up and flip 2 more switches. Use the now opened wall to give ourselves a bit more of an easy jump. It's amazing as well how many actors, performers, YouTubers, Twitch streamers really like Soul Reaver. And I think it's a real shame that it never really did well beyond its original kind of release and then a couple of sequels. It had a team-based shooter called Nosgoth for a bit. But I don't think Nosgoth did very well, from what I remember. I mean, hang on, I've got to change back, haven't I? Correct me if I'm wrong there, but Nosgoth did not do well, did it? Like, it had its fans. It had its fans. Message from XKR, why no Path of Exile 2 anymore? Now, let me explain this, guys. Every single time I ever change game, ever, even as like a 1 or 2 off thing, I get people messaging me saying, have you quit? Have you quit the other game? Have you quit playing this game forever because you're playing another game now? So let me make it very clear. Have I quit Path of Exile 2? Yes. Forever. That's it. That's all you got. I hope you enjoyed the time that we had together. But that's it. No more. You don't get any more. You don't deserve any more. That's all you get. Did any of you expect any more? Just so I know what kind of levels of expectations to set. It's all downhill. That was it. I've played for longer than I want to admit off-stream, and now we're on here. It's weird that people message me as soon as they see me playing anything different, they're like, did you quit? No. No, I'm just doing other stuff. Wake up, guys. Hit the bell. Wake them up. We're mean for them. No, I didn't quit. I'm just doing other things briefly. Now, this is an interesting moment in the game. This is one of the only moments in the game where interaction with a block moves scenery. Damn it. I need a weapon now. I forgot about it. So I got hit, lost the Soul Reaver, which means I need a spear. There we go. God damn it. Come on. Yes. Give me a spear. Thank you. Yeah, people are always messaging me. You aren't playing this game anymore. Did you quit? Do people think that you can only play... Maybe I'm answering my own question here. Do people think that you can only play one video game? Move the block. Tumble down the scenery. One of the only times that happens. Do people genuinely think? And again, maybe this explains why some of the hardcore gaming communities are so focused on their own game. Because instead of playing 20, 30, 40, 50, however many games they want to play, they will play 1 or 2. Because they see video games as a, Kiwi, well put, a massive commitment. And when you're playing the same game as them, they're like, oh hey, this is great. This person is committed to my game. But the moment you say, okay, right, I'm going to play a different game now, they start to think, oh, that person is no longer committed to my game. They must have broken that commitment forever. And I think they think that because they cannot comprehend a world where you could play a different game. And this links very much back into my love of older, shorter games. They do not ask a massive commitment from you forever. They give you their experience, they leave you with it, and then you can come back and play it again if you want to. That's it. Have any of you ever recognized yourself doing that, being almost toxically attached to one game? I find it, again, obviously within the MMORPG sphere, that people say, oh, I've played this one game for 500, 600, 700 hours. And great, I'm happy that you did, but you have to understand that you are vastly limiting your ability to do anything else. I will return to Path of Exile 2 once I have freed. That's quite cool. That's the original graphics, which I still think is dark. But that... You know what I really like about that? Is you can actually see that they've modelled the internal organs. They didn't have to do that. See, on the old model, it's just a texture. But on the new model, oh no, that's a full-on 3D flesh wound right there. Didn't need to go that far. They did. I appreciate that. Now, I guess to me, one of the reasons I like returning to old games is I know what they're going to ask of me, and I know what I'm capable of giving. I don't want to start a new game and think, right, oh, this is going to take the next, 1-200 hours of my life. I don't mind starting a game thinking, alright, cool, this is going to take another, 8 to 10 hours. I think it's one of the reasons that I like replaying Dark Souls 1 more than I like replaying Elden Ring. And it's definitely the reason I like replaying Soul Reaver. Does this game get good after 200 hours? You could finish this game 20 times in 200 hours. If you believe it's good enough to finish 20 times, yeah, sweet, go for it. Do I not believe that just because of Good Old Games sponsorship? I work with Good Old Games because I agree with their philosophy on game preservation. Very much so. Oh, right, hang on. Gotta... Can I make it to there without the... I can! Haha, yes! Get out of here, game. To me, preserving a video game and the integrity behind being able to do that, and again, with remasters specifically, it's about keeping these artistic experiences available to other people. What about Blood Omen? If this game sells well enough, who knows what they'll bring back next. Because clearly this is a test to see what the interest is like in the Soul Reaver franchise, and I mean, if it was up to me, the interest would be bloody high. If you want more Soul Reaver stuff, go and buy this game. I don't get commissions if you do, just so you know. I just genuinely think it's one of the best platforming experiences on the PlayStation 1. One of the darkest, one of the most cinematic. We catch the updraft on the final tunnel, and this gets us to the top of Zephon's cathedral. Now, one of these is the boss, one of them is a transportation door. I think this way is the door. Was I correct? Let's find out. No, I wasn't. Okay, cool. I want to open the door before I take on the boss. You'd love to see Alundra. Oh, is this on GOG as well? Yeah, get it on there too. Wherever you want to buy it, wherever you get your games from, whether it's a specific place, or if it's an old game that is no longer for sale, sailing the high seas. Games piracy, we've explained this many times. Games piracy is an availability and a supply issue. Most people do not want to go through the hassle of finding a way to get a game nefariously. Most people, if you provide them with an easy way to access a game and a fair price to access it at, will just do that. I have got the technical know-how to pretty much download whatever I need. The reason I don't do that is because I'm lazy. If you give me the ability to buy a game, the ability to own it and play it, if you make it simple, I'll do that. I'm going to do whatever saves me time. Now, the Zephon fight. You might notice... Oh, they've actually added... I didn't even realise they've added entrails. You might notice that that up there is Zephon. And they've got a ripped into body of a vampire hunter with a flamethrower. The flamethrower, of course, still just gently burning away. Just a little soupçon of flame. It's going to become very relevant in a minute. For now, let's save the game, and let's go take on Zephon.
Prodigal son. There is no returning for you, Raziel.
Zephon, your visage becomes you. It's an appropriate reflection of your soul.
And you are not his handsome Raziel anymore. His precious firstborn son turned betrayer. You have missed so many changes, little Raziel. Look around you. See how the human's weapon of destruction has become my home. Indeed, my body. A cocoon of brick and granite from which to watch a pupating world.
A crevice in which to cower, only scuttling from the shadows to devour a victim already ensnared in your cowardly trap. But you've made the mistake of leaving me unbound, and it is you who must succumb to my will.
Will, instinct, reflex action. The insect mind finds little difference. I warn you, brother. As my stature has grown, so it is matched by my appetite. Step forward, morsel.
Do we beat Zephon through sheer power? No, of course we don't. We haven't got the power for it. We wait for Zephon to stab one of his claws into the ground, and then strike at the claw. This will cause him to lay an egg. We then grab that egg that he has laid, give it a little touch of spiciness with the flamethrower, and send it back to Brother Dearest. We do that 3 times. Oh, I got an award. Remove all of Zephon's legs. Excellent. Let's grab you there. Come on, Zephon, throw me one more. Do it. Gotcha. Oh, damn. Returns to the spirit realm. Through taking too much damage. Not a problem. We'll just eat a good couple of souls and then head on back. Give me your egg. Let's toast it. Have a marshmallow. Not strength, environment. Zephon and his brood climbed the cathedral. So now...
Consuming Zephon's apostate soul has bestowed on you a new gift. Like his vampire spawn, you are able to scale certain walls which are otherwise impassable, but only in the physical realm. In the spirit world, these insubstantial edifices will not support you.
Just like beating Melchiah got us the ability to phase through walls, beating Zephon gives us his climbing ability. Old Zephon, new Zephon. Remember, you can change the graphics at will.
In the mountains beyond the pillars, Nosgoth's cataclysms have exposed an ancient crime. Endowed with Zephon's soul, you may now progress where your path was hitherto impeded.
And this is the reason we all call it a Metroidvania, the reason we all call it a Souls-like. You get the skill, return to a place you've been to before, but access a new path. Remember the target? That was from the very bottom. We don't have the ability to do the target thing yet, but I do remember where it was. The target was all the way at the bottom of the air duct, wasn't it? I'm going to save the game quickly. Now, we have the ability to climb any of the places. It wasn't this way, it was the other way. There are a couple of places that we could climb now, but I am not going to. Not yet. We have a couple of things we have to do first. remember we can use the warp gates. Now, if we open up the map, if you get lost, you'll see that currently the objective is find the hidden tomb. And we've been told that it's by the mountains. But remember, if you don't know where to go, if you're a little bit lost, you could always just return and effectively ask Ariel where to go as well. Ariel is a very useful kind of helper there. So what we're going to do is activate this, return to the Lake of the Dead. And from the Lake of the Dead, we will be able to access the Citadel once more. I have not heard the other language dub for this game. Is it any good? I do love the lighting. The blue in the lighting is beautiful. The frame rate here is gorgeous. We're going to return. Now, when the Elder God said an ancient blasphemy beyond the pillars, he didn't mean the pillars from the start. He meant the pillars within the throne room of Nosgoth. The pillars where we first encountered Kain. So we return to that room. One of, again, my only critiques is when it says pillars, it sometimes refers to the location that you exited the underworld from, and it sometimes refers to the throne room. Thought about making the hour window dynamic in the desktop background. I would like to. If this kind of vibe of stream ends up being what we do, then yeah, I'm definitely going to keep that some more. Now, back in the throne room. Notice that one of these walls is different to the other. This one just here. But let's just see what Ariel would suggest we do.
Like a corpse in a shallow grave, corruption rises to the surface. Beyond these pillars, the defiled victim mutely screams its outrage.
Let's go and see what that's all about then, shall we? It took you days to work out that was climbable. Thank you, Zephon, for the ability to climb. We can now climb all those weird-looking surfaces. Now both these doors get to the same place, ultimately. Would I like a sequel or a remake of the later games? They've remade Soul Reaver 2 as well. Oh, by the way, if you purchase this, the Remaster collection, you get Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver and Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 2. Both remastered to the same standard. Jump down. Let's go and have a little bit of an explore. I love the contrast between the bright blue Soul Reaver and the dark of the real world over here, the shadow of the mountain.
The ancient tomb of the Seraphim, once impenetrably sealed, now ravaged by Nosgoth's upheavals, its mysteries lay exposed. In the time of Vorador, centuries before Kain was made, the Seraphim warrior priests waged a merciless war against the vampire tribes of Nosgoth. Emboldened by righteousness, they committed unspeakable and indiscriminate acts of violence, massacring fledglings and ancients alike. They decimated entire bloodlines in mere decades. Now their husks lay here, murderers enshrined.
So, the Seraphim, human warrior priests, essentially the absolute nemesis of all the vampire tribes. Literally, Raziel's arch enemy from when he was a lieutenant under Kain. Let's go and have a look at their tomb, shall we? Let's go and do some Sarafan tomb looting. Take some revenge for what they did to us in life. The one place Raziel would never have been allowed to go.
Take heed, Raziel. A forgotten history lies within. Know thyself, though it may destroy you.
Let's go see what treasures these old vampire hunters had. Hooray! Grave robbing. How many people in the chat right now are new to the Soul Reaver franchise or have never played Soul Reaver Legacy of Kain? Let's go grave robbing. Let's just remove the old ancient stone.
As I pulled the stone free, a sigh of sepulchral air escaped the inner chamber. I was not prepared for what lay beyond this threshold. These crypts, defiled caskets of Seraphim saints, bearing my brothers' names, and my own. The irony of Kain's blasphemous act rushed in on me with the crushing force of revelation. Were my hands not as bloody as these? Worse, I had spilled the blood of my brothers, these very comrades whose tombs lay ravaged before me.
Yes, Raziel, you were a Seraphan, born of the same force that all but destroyed your race. Before the dawn of the Empire, you were chosen. Kain, Nosgoth's solitary self-declared monarch, plundered this tomb and raised you from these crypts. Breathing his vampiric gift into your defiled corpses, he resurrected you as his favored sons.
The reason your health bar is a spiral is because it is the iconography of the floor of the Sarafan tomb. And the only way to escape the fact that you were a Sarafan warrior priest in life is to now switch to the spirit world and descend even further. So Kain not only raised his own vampiric army, he raised it from the very humans that originally destroyed it. Which I think's pretty cool. I didn't realize how powerful that was until a couple of years later when I played it again. The fact that you are so deeply enfranchised in the idea that Raziel is this honourable vampiric lieutenant, and then you realise that actually he's just a victim of circumstance against the horrific machinations of Kain. You're playing through the twice dead, which is also why the whole spirit realm switching thing is thematic. Are you a vampire, or are you a Sarafan hero? The answer is you are both. And only by mastering effectively two worlds do you get to take revenge for the thing that was done to you.
Heretic, you shall not pass.
Such loyalty. To one who has you guarding this outpost like a chained dog? Do you prosper on the scraps he casts you?
Your insults will do nothing to blunt the agonies of your demise.
Kain killed me once. Behold the result. I have no more to fear from you.
Now this is an interesting mini-boss, because it's a mini-boss with a mechanic that we've not faced before. He fires force projectiles at you. Thankfully, pretty easy to kill. Chuck him into the water, and we get his force projectile skill, which I think was probably meant to be a bigger boss originally, that they just kind of condensed into this guy.
This relic has infused you with the power to compress and manipulate space. As your symbiotic weapon, the Soul Reaver is also thus enhanced. You may focus and project an orb of kinetic energy to strike objects that are otherwise beyond your reach.
So now holding triangle, or Y in this case, gives us a ranged attack as well. What's the first thing we do with the ranged attack? Well, it's a puzzle game. So is the first thing that we attack an enemy? No, of course it's not. The first thing we do is move a block. And we now have a ranged attack, which almost instantly stuns enemies. The only problem with this is that the attack is always the best choice. You can still fire while in the spirit realm, however you cannot move objects, just like the rules of the spirit realm generally have. Here, however, it is lethal. And we can just become a machine gun. Little loop above, beyond, and around. Grab a spear, because, you know, why not? Use our old climbing power that we just got. Turn around, do a little bit of jumping and gliding. So there's one thing I love with puzzles. It's... oh, hang on. That block's in the way. Not a problem. Use the skill we just got. And remember the target that was in the cathedral that required us to climb up a wall? Well, the target can be shot with the projectile skill. Now, I will remind you that so far I have been playing this game for just under 3 hours. And we've already had that much story, this many mechanics, 3 bosses. It's dense. It doesn't hide its story behind hours and hours and hours of setup. It just gets you in. Game starts. You're killed by your master, thrown into the underworld, resurrected by a god, go and get some revenge. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that window. Doesn't that look a little bit like a target? If you love this series, guys, you're gonna love the remaster, which you should definitely go and get. That gives us all of the magic back. Where do we go from here? I'm trying to remember. I don't think this was the right way. Is this the first time that I'm lost? It might be. I love getting lost in this game, genuinely. Because I'm probably going to find something that I've never found before. Which will be interesting to me as well. Never played Soul Reaver, might give it a shot. It's worth the time investment that you need to put into it. It really is. You do not need to invest much time in this game to have a good time. There used to be the Sunlight Forge here. Now it's only a bonus room, but it is a bonus room that you can access and play through. Oh yeah, the cut content of the original game. You can actually, genuinely, go and find it in this game. I'll show you it later. Yeah, you can just absolutely machine gun stuff. Now here's a cool thing. Oh, damn it. You know I say that they need to combine stuff. Oh, if you knock their force projectiles with your own force projectile, it cancels it out. Need some spikes on the wall, please. Fire might do. It will not. You know what? Jump back to the spirit realm, get the Soul Reaver back. So, let's combine the mechanics. We've just been given the ability to force shoot a projectile. We cannot move anything in the spirit realm. But, in order to pass through these bars, we need to be in the spirit realm. But we need that block just there to be, well, not just there, over there, so we can jump up with it. That means we now need to combine the skills that we've got in the two different realms. We can shoot the block and move it in the physical. Switch to the spectral. They are spears on the corner. Phase through. Use the now moved block to traverse. You've combined the new projectile mechanic and you've combined the main mechanic of switching realms. It sounds so simple. Combine mechanics. And yet it's so bloody difficult to do. It's so rare to see it done. Now this is one of the most impressive moments in the game. A giant warship in a huge underground cavern with lightning in the sky. Now there are secrets aplenty under this ship. You can jump down into the water, swim around, you can find artifacts, you can find a load of cool stuff. What we're going to do is glide over onto the ship, grab the best spear in the game, the harpoon, and then head up there. Now I don't know if we can make the jump as we are now, but I don't want to lose the spear, so launch the spear, say, up there. Switch to the spectral realm, which manipulates to allow us to get here. There's the spear we just threw. We can come back and grab that in a second, don't you worry. Don't you worry. Head back. Grab the good old spear. We're taking that with us. Come on, spear boy. Reason I've done that is this is one of the only ways to get this spear. I think there's like 2 of these in the whole game and I want this one. It's very important. There we go. Now people are saying to me, you're already on Rahab already. Soul Reaver, when you know what you're doing, and I suppose I have the advantage of being a big fan of this game and knowing what I'm doing, is not a long game. It is a dense game, and it is a good game. It is an example of... Soul Reaver is an incredibly sweet cheesecake. you don't want it to go on for too long. It's beautiful and brilliant at doing what it does really well, and it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's a puzzle game, and I know how to solve the puzzles. No, you are just fast. I wouldn't say that I'm that fast at playing the game. I do know where to go. That's the main advantage I've got. Do I have nostalgia for Soul Reaver 2? I've never played it. That's one of the next things I want to do. Like I was saying earlier, one of the most important things that remasters do... Don't you what me! One of the most important things that remasters do is not just take the same game and make it, better or worse or whatever they want to do. They make it playable for a new generation. One of the reasons that I haven't been able to play Soul Reaver 2 is I've never found a version that my PC's been able to handle. It's difficult to emulate on PlayStation 2, and I've not been able to find any online versions, any PC versions, that don't crash at one place or another. What the remaster has given me the ability to do is play Soul Reaver 2 without worrying about whether it's going to crash or not. Let's go. Third brother, Rahab.
Once a sanctuary against the vampire menace, this abbey has been drowned by the deluge spilling from this wounded land. Your brother Rahab and his brood, devastated even by the feeble rays of Nosgoth's sun, overcame their vulnerability to water and retreated from the surface. Now they haunt these ruins and glide in the darkness of its stagnant depths.
Rahab overcame his weakness to water. What do you think that's going to mean for us if we're able to kill him? Now, I will be real with you, Rahab's base is a bit of a maze. Thankfully, I know the route. So we're going to go a little bit speedy through here. You can find a load of secrets. I love that bit. That bit, because you instinctively shoot a force blast, which shoots the Rahab vampire onto the spike. You grab its soul, it disintegrates. It's a beautiful moment. That works. Notice how my spear just then actually stopped his attack. Love that for it. It just works. Now, this bit I don't remember. So, we're going to save the game, because if I get this wrong, we could be here a while. It's not that way. There's nothing to do that way. It's probably this way? Let's find out. Let's do this. I love this spear. This spear's coming with me the entire way. Come on, spear. You and me best friends now. Bestest friends forever. Make our way through Rahab's domain. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is get to where Rahab's sanctum is. Yes, we're going the right way. Bit of precise platforming now. Now, you can make that jump, but this one's a tad easier. And that way, it gets you lined up for this one. And that one over there, again, I'm pretty sure you can make, but it helps if you do a standing jump to it. There we go. Knocking him into the water doesn't do anything, because these guys, again, don't get killed by water. Happy to catch your stream today. Perhaps you should register your copy of Hypercam 2. You can have that registration when I'm cold and dead. I'll do it on the same day that I get WinRAR. Is the remaster out already? It's out right now. You should go and buy it. force it out of you. I love the fact that combat's a puzzle. Combat being a puzzle is one of the best choices this game has made. And you are not strong. You are smart. I believe we have gone the wrong way, because that loops us all the way back round to the start. I remember that bit. That's part of the maze. This is part of the big puzzle maze that traps you. You do get some cool stuff along the way, but I don't need the cool stuff right now. And I want to leave something for you guys to find. You know, I can't show you every secret. I can show you most of them. But I'm not showing you all of them. I'm pretty sure that was the wrong way. So instead, let's go... Okay, well, we're going to have to fall down anyway, because you can't actually go back. Into the water, and then let's go this way. Aha, we can go this way. Excellent. 99% sure you don't. The spear's been lost. Rip spear. F's in the chat for the spear. But it's okay, we've got another spear. We've got a paddle. Lost forever. Lost forever. It's gone. F's for old speary boy. Gone but not forgotten. Well, a little bit forgotten. I don't even know who we're on about anymore. First time chatter. Thanks, Lynn. The very first thing you ever said in this chat was an F for a lost spear. Oh, that's the power. We'll take this one. I mean, this one's like... This is a backup spear. This is a second choice spear. And I think it knows it. I think it knows it's a second choice spear. It's not a healthy relationship. But it'll do. Soul Reaver quest to find the spear again. I have just realized I might have been going the right way from the start. Yes. No. Oh, hang on. Right. I'm either about to make a big mistake or I'm not about to make a big mistake. I was going the right way. I'm sticking to it. I was going the right way. I didn't commit to it. Should have committed. What happened? You know, I didn't want this spear. I want a pipe. Should have committed. I realized you go through, you jump in the water, you get to a room, you climb the pillars on the right-hand side of the room. None of you told me. None of you stopped me. Truth is, the way was right from the start. The ultimate spear is just a big pipe. Oh, I'm getting cocky now. Missed that jump. You know what, right, time for speedrun strats. No more entertaining Twitch. We're just speedrun stratting this now. Where's the souls? We're just running. Come on, souls, where are you? Let me reave thee. Or we just stand here and slowly get... This is the speedrun strat, don't question it. This is the speedrun strat. And then you have to do this to manipulate a very specific number in the background. You have to stand here and just feed slowly. For like 3 minutes. And then after doing that, you can change. Perfect. I like how you know when you can switch because your health bar starts glowing. There we go. Okay, all I have to do is not miss this jump. Gotcha. We're gonna risk it? No. I hate this game. Oh, it was good. I was getting cocky. The puzzler is coming out now. We had good time. We were making really good time, weren't we? We were making great time. I was like, oh, I've got this, guys. This is going to be easy. No. No, Kain came around to slap me. I didn't do a quarter A press. There wasn't a ray of the sun. Didn't knock one bit out of alignment. I needed that one bit knocked out of alignment. If I'd have got that, we'd have been safe. alright, I'll just do the slow but reliable strat this time. For anyone that's not been paying attention, that whole 1 bit knocked out of alignment thing, that's definitely fake, isn't it? It was an N64 speedrun years ago on Super Mario 64. And there was a bit where Mario kind of clipped through the ceiling up. And someone said that it was like an errant sunbeam that had somehow knocked the game out of alignment. You know what this does mean? This does mean that we might be able to get the spear back. Right, let's just hope I'm right about this, because if I'm wrong, I've gone the wrong way twice. I am right. Okay, cool. This rune is super annoying. But remember this. That looks like a target. The problem is, remember that you can't shoot anything in the spectral realm, because nothing has weight. But we can't be underwater in the physical realm, because right now we don't have protection from water. If only we were able to somehow get protection from water. This is the speedrun strat again. You just kind of stand here and recover health. Also, they've really, I don't know if you can see this, but they've really kind of cheeked up Raziel. He's got some, he's been squatting. He's not been missing leg day. I mean, clearly the guy is just sinew and bone, but he's not been missing leg day. Turn around and climb up a little bit more. Hang on. Sideways lateral movement. Not as fast. Grab a second spear. We don't care about it, but we'll have it. Now, we need to jump and glide across these rafters. We're getting real platformy now. But, tip, just jump and glide forward without moving forward too far. And you're pretty much always spaced to make it. You don't need crazy amounts of forward momentum to land that. How would I feel about a Nightmare Creatures remaster? Raina, get on it. I don't know if you're in the chat still, but if you need a Nightmare Creatures remaster, grab me, we'll get Kadikarus. It'd be great. We'll all get involved together. It'd be a fun time all round. Let's shoot open this, and now we need to actually navigate across the buttresses on the outside of Rahab's fortress with the lightning in the sky. Love this bit. This bit feels like classic video game. It feels very much like the outside of Anor Londo from Dark Souls. And from here, there's many places we could jump to, but don't jump down there, because down there is the start of the level again. And I've done that before. I've been like, hey, where am I now? I'm back at the start. From here, we jump to the bell tower. Ring this bell to let Rahab know that the older brother's back. Dark Souls, Bell of Awakening. That's the boss room door right there. Now you say this looks like how you remember Soul Reaver. Well, the cool thing about the remasters is you can hot swap between graphics as you want. If you press R3 on the controller, you get how it actually was, because the whole thing is just a retexture. Now some things, and I like this is a nice way of connecting the old with the new. Notice that flaming brazier on the wall. This is the new graphics. If I switch to the old graphics, notice how it doesn't change much. What they've done is they've actually kept a couple of things, a couple of assets within the level, the same. And the reason they've done that is so even on new graphics, it still has that feel of the old game. I like that. Descends the tower into the water, which of course sends us back to the spirit realm because we are still not immune to water. And at the base, we find our brother Rahab. Once again, this is an environmental fight, not a straight-up damage fight. Rahab cannot be hurt by water, but he can be hurt by the sun. So just so you know what I'm going to do, you see these windows all around the room? We're going to break them fast with our force projectile. Let's say hi to our third brother.
Raziel.
Rahab, you have adapted well to your environment, for one so maladjusted.
Do not mock me, Raziel. You of all of us should respect the power bestowed by a limitation overcome. Kain said you would come.
You speak with the murderer?
You would do well to mind your blasphemous tongue.
What more did he tell you?
That you would destroy me.
I will indeed. But tell me, before I tear your soul from its moorings, do you know what we were before Kain spawned us?
Human.
Seraphan, Rahab. The antithesis of all we ever believed.
Does it matter? We were lost. He saved us.
Saved us? From what?
From ourselves.
Don't bother fighting him. Let's just let the sunlight in. And this is, provided you can shoot quickly, a very fast boss fight. Give me your power, brother Rahab.
Infused with Rahab's soul, you have overcome your former vulnerability to water's touch. Immersion in water will no longer dissolve your physical body, enabling you to swim to areas heretofore beyond your reach.
Remember, you can hot swap graphics changes in the middle of cutscenes as well. And now we can remain in the physical realm while underwater. That means we can effectively return to the Lake of the Dead and visit all those places we were never able to before. Or we can visit one of the only major weapon upgrades in the game. And by one of the only, I mean the only, seeing it was the only one that was actually made it into the game. There were more planned, they got scrapped, this one didn't.
Beyond the maelstrom of the abyss, a subterranean tunnel leads northward to the clan territory of your brother Dumah. Endowed with Rahab's soul, you may swim to gain entry where your progress was previously impeded.
With this, we can now find almost everything. We've not got every ability yet, but we've got enough. But before we leave Rahab's domain, let's backtrack a little bit. Let's backtrack to that room where we saw something under the water that required us to be within physical form. Here we go. This gate here. Let's shoot it open and swim inside. This is the optional underwater part of Rahab's domain, the Sunken Abbey. And down here we find the egg sacs of his brood. Old graphics made them look like that, but new graphics they're actually see-through, and you can see the underwater vampires being grown, which I think is very cool. We can descend even deeper, and we can find a glass window with the Fire Reaper on it. There were multiple sword upgrades planned for the game. They all got cut because there wasn't enough time. Apart from this one.
This elemental forge is tuned to the Soul Reaver's energy. Once baptized in this primordial flame, the blade may be imbued with fire at any future time.
We now have the only weapon upgrade in the game, the Fire Reaver. Not only does it ignite enemies that it hits, but our projectile is a fireball, which means it will immediately burn anything we can shoot. We can upgrade this to a Fire Reaver at any source of fire. We just wave it into the actual fire, which is very cool. Unfortunately, we've got to jump back into the water, which gives us back the Blue Reaver. But remember, was anyone here at the start of the stream? Do we have any of the OGs? Remember when we were at Raziel's clan territory? And I said, don't worry about that underwater bit. It will, however, be relevant later. Well, because we can now swim, one of these windows has light streaming through it. And it just so happens, this window takes us on one hell of a detour all the way back through some massive underwater rooms to Raziel's territory from the very start. And when we're talking about why this game is similar to Dark Souls, here's why. We go down, back up, and we are back at the start. We are, in fact, so close to the start that through this door, I believe we will find a red flame brazier and our teleport room. Fire Reaver is go. Let's go visit Dumah. Is this Daggerfall? It's actually very, very heavily modded Path of Exile 2. But before we visit Dumah, do you want to see one of the biggest secret areas in the game. That would require us to return to Melchiah. And Melchiah is the necropolis, which looks like the MC. Cool. Oh yeah, there's a world map now. Now, let me see if I remember which way we need to go to find the very secret optional place. Melchiah was the first brother we killed. The necropolis. We killed him and we got the ability to phase through walls. We actually want to leap back into the water, which we can now swim in. And what we will find is that we can access part of the water that also requires us to climb, which is the only way to be here while physical. Has anyone played the first few games and you know of New Raptor's Retreat? The absolute massive skull set into the side of the mountain. This entire area is optional. There is nothing here that you need to get. But there are secrets, which I'm going to run through quickly. Into New Raptor's Retreat we go. We're going to run through pretty fast. Not stopping to fight too much stuff, we don't need to. Just lore and atmosphere. That's what this is. Just lore and atmosphere. And one of the most powerful secret magic spells. We now need to climb up this almost parkour challenge. And how do we get higher? Well, we've got to get over there. It would be useful if the world shifted to allow that to happen. This is basically a massive parkour challenge, if you will, to get all the way, I want to say, up there. Yeah, there we go, it's behind us. I would very much love this series to continue. This whole area, by the way, right now, you would never find unless you actively went looking for it. The game will never send you here. This is not part of the critical path of the game at all. This is just an optional area. And once we are here, I'm going to go up there. There we go. Are the controls for this easier than before? I'm playing on controller, I'm having a great time. Controller is exceptionally easy. I love when games do this. Just a massive amount of totally optional content. Save the game, obviously. Might do it every now and again. Oh, spear. Cool spear. Mine. Notice how it's flat in the original graphics, but it's kind of chunky in the new ones. Loving it. When I was a kid, I'm sure I found this area. But I had no idea what or why I'd found it. Like, I knew there was something special. But I didn't know quite how special. We are now up on the giant skull that we saw earlier. And we can glide all the way over here. Found it on your second playthrough. How amazing is it when you find something on your second or third or fourth playthrough and you just realize that, oh, it's a massive amount of the game that I never knew was there before. I love that. When you get back and you're like, oh my god, huge amount of the game. And what's in here? Well, it's a hidden magic spell. If you can solve one of the most complicated block puzzles in the game, with multiple blocks here, multiple blocks up there, and different levels of block puzzle as well, including the ones we're at and the ones down here, you get the stone spell, which turns enemies to stone, and then you can shatter them. But we will not be doing that because I don't want to show you how to solve the puzzle. You've got to go and buy the game. Which again, I would very much recommend. It's a long puzzle. It's a long puzzle. If you've done that, you know it's a long puzzle. But I'm not going to completely tease you because from here we can jump down to there, which is another secret gate. And this, I believe, is actually on the map called, I think it's the Stone Altar? Or the Stone Glyph? He doesn't know how to solve it. I do know how to solve it, but I'm not showing you. You're not going to make me. So that was one of the secret areas, New Raptor's Retreat. Do you want another one? How about a second major secret area? This one is much bigger. There is again magic down here. But I won't be solving all the puzzles for you. I'll just show you. We've had one secret, yes. But what about second secret? Second secret is actually achieved at the Lake of the Dead. Now the game wants us to go, I believe, north. The game wants us to go that way. But what if we went that way? There's nothing telling you to go this way, and you can only go this way if you have immunity to water. Looks pretty secret. Well, if you've been being kind to all the humans that you've found along the way, you've just found the human citadel. And they will not attack you. Meaning you can now go and explore it completely safely. The human citadel is huge. Ah, it's a double block puzzle there. Yep, it's got some praises going on. New spear. Who dis?
The human citadel. Its towering walls and deep moats engineered to keep Nosgoth's vampire plague at bay.
Yep, secret area. There is nothing you need over here.
Though the city was well fortified against vampires, its human architects hadn't considered a breach by a creature such as myself.
You do not need to be here for any reason. There are puzzles here. There are magic bits. There are even regular citizens. We can even change them. The original graphics just kind of hang around, doing their own thing. Now, if I wasn't friendly with humans, they all either run away from you, or the warriors attack you. And they have flamethrowers, so they're not the easiest to fight back against. You can even feed on humans a little bit to gain a small amount of health. And down here is actually the controversial bit. Oh, we're gonna get there. Have any of you been keeping up with the news on this game? Oh yeah. They changed one of the statues to look a little bit less feminine. And oh, people were angry. People were angry. And then, you'll never guess what they did after people complained. They changed it back. Because both styles looked fine. And there was no reason to change it in the first place, to be fair. They went, you know what? Fair play. Yeah, we were so close to Soul Reaver being woke. But thank God it's not. It's just a Shakespearean revenge plot. I'm going to show you what all the fuss was about, genuinely. People were so unhappy. Right, you're going to be amazed. Remember, this isn't even a part of the game you're meant to go to. Like, this is literally... This is just the extra bit. The secret extra bit of the game. We turn that secret switch. We drain this of its water. We go this way. All this to get to the statue. And when we get to the statue, I'm not even going to use the magic that we could get from it. This whole place is secret. We need 2 blocks over here. It really was one of those, I can't believe they changed this, they've ruined the game moments. When it was like, no. No, they haven't. They updated some graphics in the same way they've updated all the other graphics. Then people looked at it and went, you know what? Prefer the original. And they went, okay. And changed it back. It wasn't really an argument or a discussion of anything being woke. It was literally a case of which of these looks better, we're updating the game, what do you want? And then people said, we want the first version, please. Right, let's get to it. I think we need to be in physical in a minute. It's either this way or the other way. It's a big city. The human citadel is huge. There is a warp gate down here, but I can never remember how to get to it. Alright, so this is the first one that we've sorted and done. I don't know why we need to switch this back to this, because I think we've got to switch straight back anyway. Yeah, we're going back up that way. Oh, we're going to need some wet wipes. It's a sexy statue, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's a good statue. Of all the statues they could have gone with, this was a good choice. I think we have lost the art of nuance in discussion. It is totally possible to like an aspect of something, not like another aspect of it. Agree with something, disagree with something else, and still overall consider something to be positive. Or overall consider something to be negative. There are many good things that have negative traits, and negative things that have good traits. Unfortunately, our incredibly reactionary modern media focus of you must love this or hate this has really ruined the ability to have a more nuanced discussion about stuff. We're going to swim all the way into the human sewers. Going to use a little speed boost, jump past that, and then while in this massive metal ball, swim some more. Going to go that way now. Just orienting myself. Always get confused swimming underwater. I assume this is the right way. Or I've just gone the wrong way again. Ah, yes, here we go. Damn it. And here is the statue. Original graphics. Remade graphics. Original. Let's have a look. Remaster. I mean, I think she looks pretty sexy in both. That's a straight up sexy statue right there. Now, if you raise the water level, you can actually gain some water magic from her. But we're not going to do that, because that would be a lot of effort. So instead, now I've shown you the basics of the secret rooms. There are spells down here. Remember how we've got that one spell that we've never used? The energy push away spell. There are more. Did the remaster add a map? Yes, it did. It's not a mini-map, it's a maxi map. So you can't see exactly where you are to the minutiae. You can, however, see where you are overall, which I like. It's the way that Elden Ring did it. It doesn't say, here are the exact boundaries of the level. Here's the route you have to follow. It's not a Path of Exile map. Where are we going from here? Ah, yes, just straight up, that way. It's more like a general map. It's mostly so when the game says, ah, yes, this location is to the east of you, you can actually look at the world map and be like, ah, yeah, cool, I get it, east. Having played this game a lot, you really don't need a map. You genuinely don't. None of the areas are big enough to really require you to have a map. The humans will worship us. There's more secrets in the Citadel, but again, that's something for you guys to discover. What we are going to do is go and say hello to our brother Dumah. Our final brother Dumah. Yeah, they're distinct enough that you can kind of navigate. Kind of roughly tell where you are. We return to the Lake of the Dead, and using all of our abilities, the force projectile, the swimming, the climbing, and the spirit phasing in the spectral realm, we should be able don't fall back into the abyss, Raziel. You've just come out of there. Notice how you can't glide over there. Well, you can boost up from swimming. So we swim to the top, boost, and climb. Use all the skills. They all come together. You can play in classic mode if you want to. Here's the first lake. This is one of the first tests to make sure that you actually do have the skills that it requires you to have. And Dumah's domain is the snowy, frozen north. I'm going to take the spear with me. Not that I'm going to need it, but I like having it with me just in case. How do we break into Dumah's fortress? Well, a couple of ways. First things first. Take you out from the distance. I love the long-range spear throws. They're so satisfying. We'll unlock the next warp gate. It's my emotional support spear. It is. And the interesting thing is, Dumah's clan of vampires got a little bit arrogant, and they didn't think that the humans were capable of defeating them. But they were. Dumah's fight is one of my favorite fights in all of gaming, because it breaks a rule that I didn't even know I had until it broke it and scared the crap out of me as a kid. Genuinely. When it broke that fight rule, ooh, that scared me. You'll see in a second. Well, you'll see in about 20 minutes.
This city once teemed with the life of my kind. Could it be that other clans had suffered the same fate as mine? In his madness, could Kain spare none of his brood?
It was not Kain, but Dumah's own arrogance that brought the downfall of his clan. These are human weapons, Raziel. Believing themselves invincible, Dumah and his offspring failed to see an attack coming from the least likely assailants. Complacent in their arrogance, they were taken by surprise, allowing the human vampire hunters to decimate their ranks with little resistance. The few that escaped have been reduced to scavengers.
Love it. So Dumah's fortress. Not a successful place. Gates seem pretty closed. Not a problem. Phasing time. In and around we go. Now, games face a couple of problems. If you're a game designer, you'll understand. One of the most difficult things you can do is make a player look up. Players don't do it. Players look at the ground, they look at the walls, they very rarely look up. Which is why, whenever there is a strong beam of light, it's signaling, look up. You need to look up here. Very important to say that. It's one of those game design decisions that you need to know. Great example is Portal. I was talking to one of the team that worked on Portal years and years and years ago. The reason the first cube in the first room drops from the ceiling is because it was one of the only ways they could get players to look up. Now, what you'll find The problem here is there are no vampires, but a hell of a lot of scavengers. And closed doors. Going back to the look up thing, think about it. When was the last time you felt a strong urge to look up? We very rarely do it. I like this. That is just a corpse in the original graphics. But the remake, oh, fully fleshed out. Fully fleshed out in armor and everything. That is an update. Now we need to move that block in the middle. Problem is that we can't get through the doors while the block's still there, which means we've got to put the block somewhere. Thankfully, we have our force projectile and can shoot the block over there. Then we can switch back and fade inside. Oh yeah. Do we need 2 blocks? No, we need to be over there. Then over here. Right. In that case, block needs to be over here. Because from there... No, it needs to be over there. Cool. Change position of block. You're going to sleep now, Adler? Well, thank you for joining us. It's been fun. I'll be finishing the game tonight. You'll probably be able to see this on the YouTube Replays channel in a couple of days' time, I'm sure. Let's get this block where we need it to be. You, sir, need to go this way. I love the fact that they gave us the force projectile, and now we're using the force projectile with moving and jumping and phasing, and we're not even thinking about it, we're just doing it, because by now you've experienced so many of these mechanics, used in so many ways, that your brain is almost wired into, oh yeah, this is what we need to do now. And I appreciate that. That is, to me, excellent design. And the reason we're coming over here is so we can switch back to the physical realm, and this gets us into the physical realm of this part, which we weren't in before. This game looks better in your memories of it. I mean, we can change to modern graphics so you can see how it looks now. Which I think is pretty damn nice. Because this is the remaster that is out now on Steam, which also contains a world map. Jump up, glide across. Damn it! Hate this game. Let's try again. Got cocky. Got cocky, got arrogant, it got me. That's what it'll do to you. You can't get cocky. Can't get arrogant. I've got to pace. I've got to jump and glide longer. There we go. Just got to hope there's a portal to switch back to the physical realm. I don't think there is, but there might be. There is. This is a challenge. The purpose of this challenge is to navigate these 2 bodies of water. Somewhere there should be a switch. There we go. We need to climb up there. We need to do it using the 2 bodies of water and all of the blocks within them. To do that, we drain the water from both sides, and now we need to gather more blocks onto this side. To do that, we now need to do a rather complicated backflip thing, where effectively we're using the blocks as giant steps and moving them from one side to another. How's everyone doing today? While I'm doing block puzzles, I can just chat to you. I've not memorized all the block puzzles, but I understand the basics of what they need me to do. I don't think you'll read it, but anyways, oh, you're so wrong. A quick thank you from me to you. I'm helping make you smile. Super stressful time at work. I'm sorry to hear you're going through the stress. I'm glad that this can make you smile. We're all having a good time. That's what games should be able to do. This is why I don't really care about graphics in games. This is why I much more care about gameplay within games. Gameplay is the fun bit that we all need to be enjoying and experiencing some more. Have I considered or checked if the remaster added any of the originally scrapped content? So it's not added it to the main game, but it has added it in a thing called the bonus features, where you can find and play through some of the lost levels. You can find the original footage of some of the original voice acting from the game. And you can find... Right, I've got to be careful with this now. You can find some of the original scripts, behind the scenes stuff. There's so much stuff, honestly. There is so much stuff. Let's go this way. Now, it's actually very important that what I do now is quite clever. I need to create a stack of, I believe, 4 blocks. Then use 1 there. So, get 1 here. Yes. You go there. You go there. 3 is enough to reach that side. However, you cannot jump on 3 by yourself. So we move 3 over here and use the 1 remaining block in this room as a step to reach the 3. Impromptu stream? Not at all. Not at all. Soul Reaver came out. As soon as Soul Reaver came out, I'm like, alright, done. Done and sorted. And we'll see if we can finish the game in a couple of hours. And we can. Dumah's the last brother. That gets us across the room. Save the game quickly. And this gets us to one of the coolest weapons. A massive, room-sized flamethrower. This is a huge anti-vampire weapon. Not currently turned on, but we can change that. We can give it a little juice. Get the old ignition pilot light going. And then turn it on, just to see what happens, you know? Ah yes, that's the gas. Now we pull the main lever. I did it the wrong way around. How's the music for everyone? The explosion blows open a door. That that door will get us back to the rest of the area. Now we've done that, we can go and talk to our brother Dumah. And you might be thinking, but Josh, why did we turn on a massive flamethrower weapon? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Not even a problem you have to concern yourself with yet. Everything's fine. Now what I have to do... Yes. Is climb this tower. What do I think of the remaster so far? It's excellent. Absolutely excellent. Now, I can't make it over there currently. But what if? That's worse. Okay, let's not judge my tactics too harshly. I thought that was a good idea at the time. We're gonna go this way. Not my proudest choice. Ah, yes. What if I were to do this? Ah, that makes it harder. Now this is Dumah's fortress. We effectively need to open the gates to Dumah's realm, while also lowering the bridge. Where is his throne room? This is the one part of the game that I always get lost in. This is not the throne room, and also is an optional area that we don't need to be in. This game has so many secrets. I'm just about starting to realize what is and isn't a secret. But I swear to God, the game has so many. Right, that was where I needed to come from. Because you need to be in physical form to be able to move this block, to be able to jump up. Which means the next step needs to be opening the drawbridge. Talk amongst yourselves for a bit. Just entertain yourself for a second, class. I'll be with you in a minute. No rush. Don't worry too much about me. You're doing fine. I actually think this block needs to be all the way back over there. Oh yeah, you can't do it in this realm, can you? Time to draw some... No, okay, draw quietly amongst yourselves, just don't pass notes to each other. Don't disrupt other people. It's your own time that you're wasting. It's okay, the stream's on the second monitor anyway. I know the stream's on the second monitor anyway, that's how this goes. Can I copy your homework? As long as you talk through how it's done and why you've done it that way. As long as you learn something from the process of the copy, I won't be angry. Understand why you're copying it, and we'll be able to, you know, learn something. I should do. What I should be able to do then is this. As long as... Stop kicking the person in front of you's chair. That's not how we do it. Haha, yes. Damn it. Need to be up there. Ah, ha, ha, there you are. There you are. Right. How do I get you down? I need to get up and around to there. How do I get up and around to there? probably by jumping up and around that way. I will find a way to do this. I have forgotten the exact path through Dumah's domain, but bear with me, and we will find the way. Gotta be able to make that jump, come on. That jumps. Yes! Gotcha. Now what I need is a physical portal, and not a door. Just don't give me a door and we'll be good. Ah, right, we're back here, are we? This is good, I can work with this. Gotcha. Oh, this is easy now. So, switch back from the flamethrower room, and then this way. Josh, not gonna lie, the old "would you like to buy me a drink" chat-up line story got you promoted to primary monitor. I'm glad that I've earned those privileges. And now we have 2 blocks. Normally it's quicker to move blocks by just shooting them than actually pushing them. It's weird that shooting makes everything so much faster. Is that the right way? Yeah, that'll do. Cool. Now we shoot this block again. You love the Windows 98 overlay. Thank you, it took me far longer than I would like to admit. But I think it's funny. And a stream being funny is worth it. Now, why are we here? We are literally here to get to this bit, which was where we were earlier, but now we are higher up. We jump across to here, and now we switch to the spectral realm, which suddenly allows us, or should allow us, to take every other bit like a step, which gets us all the way to the top. Now we just need one hell of a glide. To drop the drawbridge. With the drawbridge down, we can in fact access a part of the base that we couldn't access in physical form before. The whole thing is a spiral. This takes us to the place where we need to move a block into the sunlight. Remember, the sunlight is a signal for look up. If the game wants you to look up, it will give you some sunlight. It will remind you this is where you need to be. That's the right place. Bit of cinematic camera. Looks like an inconvenient place for a switch. Vampires were not known for their convenience. Now this again is one of my Fire Reaver moments. One of my favourite bits, because how do we do it? Well, change realms, jump over, switch realms, jump over, switch realms, jump over. And the game shows off its main mechanic. All that to get us into the monolith, which we can tip over and smash our way into Dumah's sanctum. And we can now go and say hello to our final brother. I heard they're remaking Legacy of Kain. This is the remaster. The original graphics are included, but the modern graphics I quite like. Let's go and say hi to our brother Dumah.
My brother, Dumah, a powerful warrior in life. He would have burned with shame to have me find him here like a stuck pig.
Now, one of the cool things about Dumah is he's not dead. Notice how he has all these spears in him. Well, just like all of the other enemies, we can take them out. And then even throw them away. And with that, our brother is freed.
Unbound at last. I thank you, brother.
Your thanks are premature, Dumah. I have not forgotten whose hands bore me into the abyss.
The centuries in limbo have honed my strength. Not even Kain is my equal.
Even the strongest vampire is vulnerable.
We shall test your thesis, Raziel.
My bloodthirst has been superseded by an even darker hunger. I will consume your soul before this day is done.
Now the game does something scary. First of all, you cannot hurt Dumah. He laughs at you. If he hits you, he runs around you. If he completes the ring around you, a beam saps all of your health. Or at least a lot of it. If he goes to punch the floor, jump. Because if you're caught in the earthquake, you'll take a lot of damage. Now, what would you think you need to do if he's a bit too difficult? Surely you'd just leave the boss room and he'll leave you alone, right? No. Dumah will now chase you back through the entirety of his fortress. This terrified me as a kid. Because you're meant to be safe when you're not in the boss room. You've got that idea of, oh, it's fine, don't worry, he can't get me if I'm not in the boss room. Oh no. No, Dumah is now... he's now chasing. Jump and glide over every time he does that ground pound. Dumah ain't going anywhere. We have this unwritten rule as gamers in our own mind that the boss should not be able to leave the boss room. But Dumah's boss room is his domain. All of it. So where are we going to take him? Well, I think it's the perfect time. Jump. Oh, that beam's going to hurt. I think it's the perfect time to give our brother a little reminder of the weapon that he uses. Surely if we go to the spirit realm, we'll be safe, yeah? Yeah. Oh, no! Nope, he's still there. That was the first crash. The very first crash. Dumah in the spirit realm. And the game was like, hey, stop. That's fine. We'll load it back up. It's launch day. Dumah broke the game. Reyna, you need to nerf Dumah. And the reason you need to nerf Dumah is he is breaking the game. He is too good right now. Let's bring it back up. Dumah's right behind me in real life. Can you imagine? That's fine. We'll let it back up. Let's compare the amount of crashes that Soul Reaver Remastered has had to Fallout New Vegas. So far, we're on 1. Everyone gets 1. Now, you always start back in this room. But this is why I have been activating all of the warp gates. Dumah used Crash Game. It was super effective. It was. This is the danger with live theatre. This is the danger with doing it live. You get to see the unedited truth. Right, Dumah. Dumah's symbol was... that was the stone symbol. That's the Sarafan tomb. That's Rahab. That's the sun thing we haven't gone to. That's Dumah. And we're going this way. Right, time to speedrun Dumah's fortress. Here we go. No more fun. Fun times are over. Speedrun Dumah fortress time. Someone time me. How we doing? First crash, Greg. 1 crash. But I'd say apart from that, we're doing pretty damn good. It's time to see if I can speedrun this. Ready? Let's go. Now, we've obviously done a couple of things. Because it didn't give us the intro movie. Have I already activated the flamethrower? Hoping the answer to that is yes. Let's find out. God damn it. We can find out another way. Replicate the crash. Ah, yeah, if we could replicate the crash, we could learn something. You saved before going into the Dumah fight. The bridge should be open. That would save a lot of time. Let's go double check. Dumah bridge is this. That way, isn't it? If the bridge is open, then great. The point is... oh, it is open, thank you. The point is, grab Dumah, bring him all the way back to the flamethrower room, and then use his own fortress. This is why I like this boss fight a lot. Because you're using his own weapon against him, and you're using the opposite against him. Remember that Melchiah could phase through things, but you could crush him. And Zephon could climb but couldn't get away from you when he was at the top, and Rahab could swim but was weak to sun. Dumah... there he is.
My brother, Dumah, a powerful warrior in life.
New change in the
would have burned
remaster?
with shame to have me find him here like a stuck.
You can skip cutscenes if you want to. So Dumah, existing in the frozen north, we beat him with a flamethrower. Yep, one of the most important changes in the remaster. If you want to, you can skip cutscenes. Come on, Dumah. This way, my big bro. Chase me. The fun is in the chase. This way, my friend. Come on. This way. That's right. We're gonna see if we can replicate the crash. Not that way. That way's wrong. We're gonna jump at the right time in order to make sure that his earthquake attack doesn't get you. When he holds his hand up, just wait for like 2 seconds, then jump. I like how whenever you shoot him, he laughs at you. Come on, you're going into the flamethrower room. Into the flamethrower room with you. Stop it. think this was the flamethrower room. Right, no more crashing now, Dumah. No more crashing, we've agreed. Kain said you're not allowed to crash the game anymore. Now, I thought originally as a kid you had to actually get Dumah into a specific place within this room. You don't. He just has to be in the room in general. So don't worry about getting him into the center of the room. Just worry about having him in the room and then pulling the switch. Final power.
Consuming Dumah's soul empowers you to wind a constricting band of spectral energy around your enemies. This energy manifests itself in both the spectral and material realms, and in the physical world, it can be employed to manipulate otherwise immovable objects.
Now this gives us the final power. There's very few times you get to use this power, but you run around something in a ring, and if it is a switch, you will trace a line of energy around you, and the switch will activate. Amazingly, the first time we get to use this is just outside Dumah's domain, where we get to learn about the truth. Now I think we want to climb out that way, but we also want to be in the physical realm. Now there are many places where you can actually use the spectral power, the spectral band you can trace. There's one all the way back in Raziel's encampment at the start. I actually said, notice how this switch is in the middle of the floor. We can't do anything with it yet, but if you go back and constrict that, you get another piece of life. But for now, we have everything we need to head to the final area of the game.
In the furthermost canyon of Nosgoth's frozen wastes, the hushed silences embrace an ancient enigma. In the bowels of this labyrinth, your master awaits.
We head northeast from Dumah's domain to the Oracle's Cave. This is where the game gets a tad more philosophical. And this is where some of the best voice acting happens. Now, you'll notice I've got no weapon. But, use my constricting band. Hurts him. Doesn't kill him, doesn't need to. That is the Oracle's Cave. How do we get into it? Run around the sundial. Use Dumah's constricting band power. And the final cave opens. Oh yeah, here we go. Now the Oracle's Cave, I will warn you, is a long section of the game. And I quite like the older graphics of this, because it looks kind of like amethyst everywhere. The new graphics made it more purple slate, if you will. Whereas I quite like the feeling of the old style. Remember, the point of a remaster is to make the game accessible to people with new systems. This is the second to last warp gate. The Oracle's Cave. This whole thing, just so you know, this whole cave is like an hour-long puzzle. Now, thankfully, I think I know what I'm doing. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to pop to the bathroom, grab a drink, stretch my legs. When you come back, we will go and confront Kain. I will see you lovely people in 6 minutes time. Timer on the bottom. I will see you then. I'm back, but I've got a protein bar, so you don't get to see this. You know what? The audio is worse than the visual, so... Why are we arguing about sausage rolls? You wouldn't understand. Listen. I'm from England, the home of Greggs, an English breakfast, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, literally all other foods ever. So, I think I know a thing or two about food. Hey Josh, massive fan of the series, probably going to buy the remaster. What's the general verdict so far? Do you want to play it with chunky Raziel? Or do you want to play it with pixely Raziel? Either way, they're both there. Do you want to check where you are on the world map? Because you can do that now. Do you want to work out where all of the collectibles you've missed are? Look to the bottom right. You can do that as well. Do you want to play through the lost levels? Do you want to watch some original voice recordings with the original voice cast? Because that's all there as well. They have remastered and found some lost media. In fact, I'll show you the lost media once we get to the next gate. Check this out. Okay, first of all, new spear. Who dis? But here's one of my favorite transitions in the game. We have to get through that tiny crack in the wall just there. Spirit Realm it is then. Now this is a puzzle. All about how my life got flip-turned upside down. And I'd like to take a minute. Just sit right there. I'll tell you how I went from being a Sarafan priest to a vampire in Kain's army. It needs work. I know that needs work. I'm workshopping the specific song, but I think the vibe is there. Now, we need to open that door over there. That door will be opened by completing the symbol that's on the door, which involves pushing a block into the wall over there and the wall over there. Unfortunately, moving the blocks will close these two giant doors. This is effectively a massive double figure of 8, because if we loop this thing, it twists the switch, closing the other two doors and opening these two. Now, I will be completing this puzzle relatively quickly, and I will not be talking through how I'm doing it at the same time. I just need you to trust me that this is basically the way that it's done. That is not the one that we need moving. We need the other one moving. You can skip cutscenes, thank God. This is the one that needs to be moved. Because that closes the door on the other side. Gotcha. I'm actually not using a walkthrough, believe it or not. I'm just really good at this exact puzzle because I did it a few days ago. Thinking that I'm going to be like, you know, working it out right now. No, I've been beta testing this game. Playing it for a while. And I don't even mind playing it again. It's that good. I've pre-gamed this, guys. I've full-on pre-gamed. I'm sorry, I don't mean to lie to you. But this is what has happened. There has been some pre-gaming. You did it a few decades ago. You should be able to remember it then. It's pretty easy. If you did it a couple of decades ago, and we switch this block to open the door on the other side, then we head round to the other side, back in the spirit realm, and after going to the other side, there should be another one of those things, but I think there'll be one through the gate. Yep. And what I want to do now is actually flip this block over here. And the reason it's still open is because I've got the block in the key from before. Now I should be able, with this, to put it into the first Z. And after sticking the block within the first part of the key, should in theory be able to go and stick the second block into the second part. You got it, you see what to do. It's keeping two gates open at the same time using two blocks, and then transitioning a block from gate A to gate B using one block to keep two gates open but at different times. And ultimately you end up with one block on each side of the thing in the correct position to open the third and final gate. You get it, you see what I'm doing. When I say that the Oracle's Cave is just a giant puzzle, this is basically all it is. There are, however, puzzles in this cave that I'm actually really upset they never used in the rest of the game. There are some brand new mechanics we're about to see over the next hour. And then when that's done, all gates open up. There are some brand new mechanics that they only use down here. And I'm genuinely upset we didn't get them anywhere else. I would have loved to get them somewhere else. So we can rotate this to open a secret magic restore place, but we're not using magic, so it doesn't matter. The one thing I recall of the greatest puzzle is remembering which portal I'm supposed to be going through. Ah, well, you know what makes that easier? A map. So if you need to go to the Sarafan tomb, sweet, just highlight Sarafan tomb. That's the symbol. Drowned Abbey, Human Citadel, Silence Cathedral, Stone Glyph. There you go. You can't teleport from the map, but you can use the map to work out which symbol relates to which specific door. And if you look at the bottom right, you can actually see it tells you how many collectibles of each type you are missing from any given thing. That's pretty damn useful. Greg's is definitely created to the affordable market. Hey, I will hear no slander from Greg's. Mystery meat is great. For many years, we've been saying I'm hungry enough to eat a horse. Prove it. Put your money where your mouth is. Prove that you are, in fact, that hungry. I proved it many years ago with Tesco's, was it lasagna? What is a Greg's? Do other countries even have culture? What is a Greg's? Good Lord. I don't even know how to answer that. How do we answer that? Ah, there we go. Hey, remember that we can use the force projectile to move blocks? Well, would you look at this? Stick a block here. Stick a block there. And now use the force projectile attack. I will say it again. Soul Reaver does the fundamentals excellently. I have played so many games that introduce a system, don't flesh it out, and then introduce another system, don't flesh it out, another system, don't flesh it out. Endless systems after systems not completed, simply added for padding. And to me, that is sad. I dislike it when games have an absolute ton of padding without allowing their true systems to be mined. The phrase I used to use when I was teaching theatre was mining the scene. Mining it for the depth and the truth of the scene. Instead of just introducing a new character or adding a new scene, what can you find from this? How far can we take this? Return to the spirit realm. I feel that Soul Reaver has taken its use of block puzzles to a logical extreme. I really do. Let's kill you, jump back through here and grab another back to the physical world. And I think that my sadness of them introducing a load of new mechanics in the Oracle's Cave right now is that I know if they let it breathe, they would do it justice. If they let this mechanic breathe, they would do it justice. Ha! Nice. Shot through and impaled. Now there are several pillars over here that I need to run around and line up. Your sadness is playing with a keyboard rather than a controller. I'm using a controller right now. I'm using objectively the greatest controller ever made, the see-through plastic Xbox 360 controller. The one that glows green. I think as a species we really did peak with see-through plastic peripherals and stuff. We did. We should bring that vibe back. Game Boy Colors got it right. Now that opens a door all the way back at the start of the cave. Yeah, Game Boy... Imagine a Steam Deck. Imagine a Nintendo Switch made of that see-through purple plastic. That would have been great. I would have loved that. I think it's a shame we don't have that. We could do an entire Tesla in see-through plastic if we wanted to. We have the technology. We just don't have the courage. Your see-through PS1 blue memory card. Oh, hell yeah! You could see your save games. That's how you knew they were real. Let's just switch this switch back. This truly is one of the best parts of the game, but it is, without a doubt, one of the most daunting. Blow you up and give me your soul. Now this?
The Oracle's Cave, where Kain's first fateful meeting with Mobius occurred. Mobius played the role of a doddering soothsayer, stirring his pot of visions while dispensing enigmatic predictions to gullible visitors. Underneath the facade was Mobius the Time Streamer, sorcerer of the Circle of Nine, a ruthless manipulator with the power to bend time. Since his murder at Kain's hands centuries ago, these caves have stood vacant, though, like Mobius himself, they are rumored to be only a facade for a much larger, more elaborate complex.
So Kain murdered...
I sensed that Kain was here, and at that moment, I would have plumbed the depths of hell to find him.
Kain murdered Mobius, the Time Streamer. Let's constrict this oracle's flame to spin the entire room, grab our fire Reaver, and venture into the final part of the game, the Chronoplast.
This, I deduced, must be the man himself, the Time Streamer, Mobius. He seemed not at all the impressive figure I had imagined from Kain's boasted exploits. And yet, even this cold image radiated a certain undeniable power.
Mobius, watching over a giant clock. The symbol of the game above it. What time must we set the clock to? Well, you can see the beams of light facing down there, and we can see some switches. So what if we activate the switch until it lights up? You can hold activate and it spins around, by the way. Assume that would be it, unless it's one on the other side. There is. Now this is one of my favorite puzzles. Spin the switches on this clock, then head down, and it fires a beam of light downwards. We then need to use that beam of light in this massive cave to solve a light puzzle that only appears here. And I think it's a shame that it only appears here. See that thing there? Through to here. We need to make it purple, because there's a purple symbol on the end. Well, let's see if we can constrict this. They only turn one way, annoyingly. And make it blue. Then let's constrict this one and make it red. Finishing the purple light. They did expand this mechanic in Soul Reaver 2. Good, they should do. Spin this bad boy around. And we do it twice more. Nice and simple for this one. Only one to turn. I think it's a shame that this light puzzle... This is almost a 3D version of... Anyone played old school RuneScape? You know the quest Morning's End? Or Song of the Elves? This is basically a 3D version of spinning those light puzzles there. You're playing it right now. Hell yeah, what a quest. That was a good quest, that was. Don't say pain, you've got this. So that was another puzzle. Spinning the coloured boxes to get us to yet another puzzle. Now this bit I love. This is the first part of the game where... Notice what's happening to the walls and the floor. They are becoming the spectral realm style, but we are still in the physical realm. They're beginning to warp and bend and turn, what we would expect of spectral. This is because the Chronoplast is the first place in the game where both those realms begin to smash together, and we are now no longer entirely sure if we are in a physical realm or a spectral realm. And this is a beautiful moment. The floor is see-through, and we must spin 3 hands of a clock. Now, the original graphics for this also had a see-through floor, multiple levels connecting it, but the remastered graphics have made everything a bit chunkier, added a bit more depth to it. So let's have a look. Red is the overall symbol of the clans. Blue is a time-looking symbol, and that is... I want to say that's Melchiah twice. So let's match up yellow to Melchiah, which is just to the left once. Yellow to the left once. Is that now on the right one? Yes, it is. Blue needs to go to the right twice. And that should now be on the correct symbol for blue. And red needs to be on the symbol of the clans, which is left 1, 2, 3 times. Gotcha. Which lines up all 3 discs of the giant door and gets us through. Let's save the game just in case. Now remember that when you save the game, you can only effectively respawn at the Elder God, which means we still need to find the Chronoplast shortcut room. Which should be... Damn it. Now this room surprises me. It's one of the few rooms that I always remember, but I find weird. There's a spike on the wall just there, see? I want to see if I can lure this guy over here. This room, when I was analysing the game, confuses me. You must move these 3 blocks out the way, because currently they're blocking these massive gears. And by moving these blocks out the way, we will free the gears. And you'll notice that freeing these gears makes that move up, but then it also moves the gears. And this clock arm here. And the reason I found this so interesting was this is the... jump onto that. This is the very first moving surface in the game. God damn it. I didn't think the game had the ability to make moving surfaces, because you just never use them. But I realized when you get to here, oh no, you can. They just... This is the only one. This is the only surface that you need to ride in the game. Now, they use that mechanic once or twice more in the Oracle's Cave. But it's strange to me that an important mechanic... Let's knock these blocks down. An important mechanic, like, you know, a moving platform in a platformer game, is used in the final part of the game, and that's kind of it. I suppose you get to ride some materials when you move between spectral, and physical. But in general, you don't need to do any kind of multi-platform jumping. Even Death Trap Dungeon on PlayStation had some multi-platform jumping. I need to kill these guys, but I don't know what weapons I've got to use. I don't think there's any weapons down here, actually, that you can use. I think you very much need to switch to Spectral. Get your Soul Reaver back. And then go kill them. Without... God damn it. Okay, I cannot fight you without the Soul Reaver. I hate this. I need the Soul Reaver. You only get it when you're on full health. And every time he hits me, it's an immediate movement down to less than full health. Oh, I just need like a spear or something. Did anyone else finish this as a kid and is now looking back on it and wondering how they were able to finish it as a kid? Because, I mean, it took me a couple of hours to do it. Right, we now need to match the symbol on the floor to the symbol on the blocks. The thing is, not all the blocks are in the correct position. So, you definitely go there. You do not go there. So you can sit over here for the time being until I work out where you do go. You, my friend, go here. And now we've only got 2 more. Right, you've got to be there, but I need you on the other side. So... it's going to be a flip this way, isn't it? It's going to put you that way. I think this should work. Move, damn you. That looks about right. Yeah, that looks fine. And now this one goes there. Does it, though? Yes. But it needs to be the other way first. Hang on. Remember getting stuck in video games? Gotcha. Deeper into the chronoplast we go. When I said it's just a puzzle thing, I really meant it. Look at these symbols on the wall. Remember them. They will matter. So, O with Z, triangle with the right angle with a flick. For now, we must take on 3 puzzle rooms and recreate. Said puzzles. If the O was the triangle with a flick, then the bell was the U shape above it. So we spin around. That goes to the U shape above it, which I think is right. Let me check if I'm right with that one. I might be wrong with that one. Yeah, but the bell is facing upwards. Is the bell facing upwards or downwards currently? Yep, that's correct. See that big swinging platform above it? The flick was the circle? May have been the triangle. Which one was the one with the flick? Was it the O and the Z? Okay, cool. If it's the O and the Z, then the other room is this way. Gotcha. That starts the swinging platform above it. Brilliant, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad one of us can remember this. We jump up and land on the platform. I just wish there were more moving platform puzzles in the game. That's one. Here is two. And then the third switch should change the direction of the inner door. Had I already done this one? No. Perfect. This switches the inner door and should get us into the deepest parts of the chronoplast. And I think we are about to confront Kain. There should be one more gate before the final section. And then we get to collectively enjoy some of the greatest voice acting in video game history. Raziel gets to look through time itself.
My arrival in this miserable age. What trickery is this?
It is no illusion, Raziel, but a glimpse into the currents of time itself.
You can re-watch these sequences, but we've seen something from the past. We follow the time corridor round. And now potentially see something.
These apparitions torment me. Has this all been foretold?
The idea that Soul Reaver very much wants to dissect is the idea of destiny versus choice. And Kain has a poetic line soon about if you flip a coin enough times, what happens when it lands on its edge? Has that been predetermined? Or is that genuinely random? We're still seeing our past.
Impossible! This must be one of Kain's deceptions.
On its side, Josh, you are a fake fan. Literally at the end of Soul Reaver 1 in 4.5 hours, but yeah, sure, fake fan. Let's keep going, shall we? So we've gotten closer to the present in all of these. Is this a speedrun? Yes, just a really bad one.
My mind reels with conflict. Does Kain await me moments from now, or in some century yet to come?
Notice how we didn't see Raziel strike. We just saw the hesitation. And that's an event that's not yet happened. We've seen 3 things that have happened and 1 that we want to happen. But what more will time reveal to us?
This cannot be. What madness does this scene portend? Kain must think me credulous to suffer these lies.
Do we kill Ariel to get the light Reaver? Is that something we're willing to do?
Is this phantasm a conjuration of my mind, or an echo of future events?
Will we gain the Blood Reaver? It was a very cool visual effect. And now, the final approach. Now, I am realizing that Raziel's new hairstyle, he's doing the kind of Brendan Fraser in The Mummy thing. I'm wondering if, in homage, I can kind of get a parting in the middle going on. Kind of got one side working. This is the Raziel side. We're opening the curtains, that's what we're doing. Oh yeah. Yeah, we can make it work. Perfect. It's absolutely perfect. It's a homage to Raziel. Nothing else. Don't you dare say anything bad about this. The fate of this hairstyle was preordained in an instant. The final warp gate. The Chronoplast. Backstreet is back, alright? Some of you weren't alive when gelled hair and bangs were in, and it's showing. It's showing. If I sit this way, there's a very specific angle that works from. Unfortunately, the angle is one where you can't see someone. That's better. I've got too long a hair, I need a haircut. I do need a haircut. The iconic 90s boy band style. Yeah. Go and rock the Brill cream. Oh, man. Shockwaves for me. I was always a Shockwaves kid. Get ready for some of the best voice acting you've ever heard in a game. Now the fight, pretty simple. All you have to do is hit Kain 3 times by jumping up 3 different levels. We're not here for mechanical complexity, we are here for one of the greatest video game cutscenes of all time. In lovely new HD remaster. Let's just check. We've got everything we need. 2,000 people. You join us right now for an absolutely beautiful moment. You ready? Here we go.
At last. I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
Did it trouble you when you ordered me into the abyss?
No. I had faith in you. In your ability to hate. In your self-righteous indignation.
Lies. You cannot have foreseen all of this.
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge. To know the future, Raziel. To see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never have contained such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Gazing out across the plains of possibility, do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? And as such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion. And that is why, when I must sacrifice my children to the void, I can do so with a clear heart.
Very poetic, Kain. But in the end, you offer no more than a convenient rationalization for your crimes.
These chambers offer insight for those patient enough to look. In your haste to find me, perhaps you have not gazed deeply enough. Our futures are predestined. Mobius foretold mine a millennium ago. We each play out the parts fate has written for us. We are compelled ineluctably down preordained paths. Free will is an illusion.
I have been to the tomb of Zephon, Kain. Your dirty secret is exposed. How could you transform a Zephon priest into a vampire?
How could I not? One must keep his friends close, Raziel, and his enemies even closer. Can you grasp the absurd beauty of the paradox? We're the same. Zephon and vampire. With our holy wars, our obsession with Nosgoth's domination, who better to serve me than those whose passion transcends all notions of good and evil?
I will not applaud your clever blasphemy. The Zephon were saviors, defending Nosgoth from the corruption that we represent. My eyes are opened, Kain. I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know nothing of it. You think the Zephon were noble, altruistic? Don't be simple. Their agenda was the same as ours.
You are lost in a maze of moral relativism, Kain. These apparitions and portents. What game are you playing now?
Destiny is a game, is it not? And now, you await my latest move.
You must find where Kain teleports himself to. Run and hit him quickly. If he gets you, run back to the center, you recharge. Every hit sends him up a level. As he activates the chronoplast. Every level being one higher means the speed to get to him is more difficult. We are literally fighting inside a time machine right now. Now this is the hardest one, because you need to reach the very top and hit him quickly. But I can never manage this before he strikes me once. And you have to jump down to the bottom and refill. every time. Damn it. Oh, close. Kain, however, follows you from one place to another. Fight the wraiths. That should give us the energy we need to take them on one more time. Now the problem is that you never know where Kain is going to spawn. Which means it can take quite some time to get to him. There we go.
You nearly had me, Raziel. But this is not where or how it ends. Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds completely.
Be warned, Raziel. Once you cross this threshold, you are beyond my influence.
Raziel, Redeemer and Destroyer, Pawn and Messiah. Welcome, time-span soul. Welcome to your destiny. Where time is but a loop, a loose stitch in the universal cloth, a streamer might seize upon a chance, a fatal slip, and plunge the fate of planets into chaos.
That was a pretty good remaster. That was a pretty damn good remaster. Now what if you want a bit more, Soul Reaver? Well, just so happens that the remaster contains the second game as well. So we can play through all of Soul Reaver 2 in the remastered graphics as well. But what if you don't want to play Soul Reaver 1 nor 2? What if you want some secret behind-the-scenes footage that was lost media for centuries? Millennia. All of time. Well, go to bonus content. What about the lost levels? Remember that in Soul Reaver 1 you were meant to be able to go to the Undercity? Let's go and have a look how it looks now.
Where time is but a loop.
Where's the Undercity? Show me the Undercity. That was not what I chose. Don't have a random glitch there. We should be able to go to the Undercity. I went there when I was making the video. Don't do this to me. Oh, live theatre. There is a... Raina, there is a bug. Why? The one thing... In the immortal words of Brass Eye, this is the one thing we didn't want to happen. Fine. We will get that sorted and we will get that up. And we will get that played. But no, the fact that you've managed to uncover so much of the lost media, the interviews with the cast, the original recording of the voice lines, that's incredible. The fact that you got so much goddamn incredible stuff is phenomenal, without a doubt. But what we will do, and what I will do, is play Soul Reaver 2 off stream in my own time. Because as much as I love and respect all of you, I want to enjoy the game, really get into it, really focus. And then we will go back and we will play again. So thank you very much for joining me. Thank you, Raina, for directing this incredible remaster. Everyone in the chat, you should absolutely, definitely buy this. Because if you do, it'll make money. Companies will realize, oh my God, people really like Legacy of Kain. They really like Soul Reaver. Maybe we should do more stuff with Legacy of Kain and Soul Reaver. And that'd be great. That would be genuinely great. Guys, go and pick up a remaster that's done in the way that I think remasters should be done, paying homage to the original, adding in tiny quality of life touches, and making it much more accessible to everyone. Go and enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy your December, and I will see you in a couple of days with a video on the main channel. Eventually, I'll get out a video for a recap of the remaster, and I will then get round and play Soul Reaver 2. Take care, good night, and God bless.